Hi everyone, I hope you're doing well today. We're going to take a look at this new moon in Pisces that's happening on March 18th, 2026 at 28 degrees and 27 minutes at 8:23 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, happy birthday to all the Pisces. I am a fellow Pisces. Anyways, this new moon in Pisces is implementing changes in our lives. Miracles that you may not have dreamt of are on the horizon. It is the beginning of transformations and endings. As the universe is awakening us, we will need to brace ourselves and breathe. Move slowly while in transition and take breaks as needed, because these are seeds that are being planted intricately. You will be shown a new way of being, a new way of living, and a new way of taking action. I want to go over the aspects with you. So this new moon will conjunct Neptune in Aries. This is calling for miraculous divine intervention. Also, clarity for your desire, inspired new beginnings. This new moon will also sextile Uranus and Taurus. Changes are coming to our stability, our love, our money, our homes, our confidence. Pluto in Aquarius will sextile Saturn in Aries. Transformations of our work and our structure and our attitudes toward the collective. So I'm going to go over all the signs. Please watch your sun, moon, and rising sign to get a full picture of how this is happening in your world. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you soon. Hi Aries, I hope you're doing well today. This is for Aries, sun, moon, or rising. We're going to take a look at this Pisces new moon happening in your 12th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. All right, so this Pisces new moon is activating your gifts of psychic and intuitive abilities, mediumship, past lives, karma, healing and restoration of past conditioning, loss, mediumship, spirituality, soul work, enlightenment, awakenings. This is transformation and endings. This is also where things are hidden in private. The subconscious, habits, maybe even sabotaging habits, prisons, hospitals, the mystical is here. Okay? And with this new beginning, this could be some type of awakening of your gifts in the spiritual realm, that you are a medium, that you're capable of healing karma, or you're seeing karma being healed. This could also be a situation of, healing that past conditioning that you've been through, and you're letting it go with grace. Sabotaging habits. This could also be a situation to where you find out something is happening and therefore you make the decision to end or transform that situation. Okay? Prisons and hospitals are activated, and this could be where you're deciding to give your energy. Prisons, hospitals, and insane asylums, those that are confined or unloved, right? That you're giving your energy to them. Pisces has a lot of humility within it. So this could be to where you are discovering that compassionate side of you, and therefore taking a leap in investing with those people, okay? Showing them love unconditionally, showing them forgiveness, maybe, those that are in prisons, hospitals, or insane asylums. This could also be loss and grief, yes. that maybe there's a grief situation that is being healed, or you had lost something. Doesn't necessarily have to be a person. It can be anything that is affiliated with your life structure, such as work, such as love, relationships, okay? It can be pretty much anything, but this could be a time to where that loss shows you an awakening, and therefore you're planning your action through that. There was purpose. It didn't happen in vain. Does that make any sense? Okay, so this new moon, it will conjunct Neptune. And Neptune is the ruler over Pisces in modern astrology. And Neptune, it brings to you an awakening to your purpose, a clarity of sorts to what is hidden, inspired action for those new beginnings, or inspiration of that dream. Okay? And Neptune is in Aries right now, in that first house. And you're seeing yourself differently, or how you could be, right? You're wanting to plant the seeds for a new identity and change the way that other people see you. Maybe even your physical appearance is changing, or your physical body, right? Your aesthetic, the way that you dress could be changing. And this could be a time that you're deciding that you're changing the way that people look at you, or changing the way that you lead yourself throughout the world. Transformation and endings are abound here. And it could be a situation of a person that was consistently angry, and maybe that's changing because of an awakening that's happening. Or a person that was consistently striving, and you're understanding, once you let go and go with faith, that things work out as needed. This is a new beginning of your awakening. This is a new beginning of you understanding the universe, the divine, has your back. And that changes everything. It changes the way that you view the world. Okay? There are other changes that can be implemented through this, such as the new moon will sextile Uranus. So let's look at Uranus and Taurus. The second house being activated, it activates your money. It activates how you make money. It also activates what you value, the material things that you value. The second house, it rules the face, and it rules food. It rules stability and your self-worth and confidence. So this could be a time to where Uranus is implementing changes on how you are using your money, making money. Like I said earlier, you could be giving out money to those that are unloved, or in prison or jail, in the hospital. You could be giving them gifts of sorts, right? You could be doing this and be seen as a person, as a compassionate person, and therefore that opens the door. There is a thing of energetic exchange with the universal law of, once you focus and give your energy to something, it gets bigger, right? And it brings in more to you of whatever you're focused on or giving your energy to. And this could be a time to where you're realizing that. This could also be Uranus. Uranus is considered changes. It's considered liberation and freedom. And you know, Aries, you work really hard. You really do. and you're usually nose to the grind, just like a Capricorn, because you're willing to do it as a warrior. And this could be a time that the divine steps in and gives you a type of freedom that is happening. And that could be an upgrade within your work. That could be an upgrade of a home situation. This could also be that you're understanding that your mind, body, and soul are everything to you, and you're changing the way that you're eating or consuming something. Okay? And that could be due to that awakening of maybe someone is in the hospital that you know, that, let's see, maybe they ate too many sweets or had a very wild background, I would say, such as maybe doing drugs, maybe drinking alcohol, something like that. And you're seeing that, and it's awakening you to change what you're doing, those sabotaging habits. Okay? The same thing with money. It could be spending money that maybe you didn't see that spending money was also considered an energetic exchange, right? And therefore, you're awakening to that and changing the way that you're doing things with your money. Okay. This is also with the second house activated with your self-worth and confidence, that maybe you were not what was a definition of Aries, right? Maybe you were a person that wanted to keep the peace in situations, and this could be a time to where you're having to step up to the plate and change the way that you've been doing things thus far. And it could be a result of awakening to something hidden, or it could be a result of awakening to your self-worth and what you deserve, right? This could also be a new beginning of changes that are happening with maybe what you value around you. And this could be a time to where you're detoxing all of the material things that no longer serve you in your world. There's an end of you buying those things. There's an end of you having them. And therefore, you could be giving them to the needy, or you could be creating some type of business because, you know, money is involved in regards to giving away things or giving material things to other people. Or this could be giving food to other people, such as maybe there's a disaster that happened and you want to give them food, clothes, or shelter. Or this could be a situation of you building a business upon that, or you building a business such as like thrifting or antiquing, something like that, right? Detoxifying is Pisces. It is where the trash can of the zodiac lands, in that 12th house. So there could be transformation of that toxicity that's happening there. Okay. And that's not just for you, it would be happening for others. This could also be rehabilitation being activated, that you're deciding to go to rehabilitation or taking or doing some type of rehabilitation. All right. Uranus, it has a way of letting go of emotions that are attached to where it is. Okay. And your emotions could have been attached to money and could have been attached to your self-worth. And therefore, Uranus is coming in and it's changing you. It's telling you, don't worry about it. Let God, source, universe take care of it, right? One day you wake up feeling a certain way, rather than the day before of worrying with anxiety. Okay. And this is where Uranus steps in and it changes you completely too, back to your self-worth and confidence and stability that's needed. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. Uranus is the ruler over Aquarius. So we're going to take a look at Aquarius in your chart. Let me get another pen. I tend to use the same color here. Aquarius is being activated with Pluto. Okay? And that Pluto is transformation, endings. It's also death and rebirth. And it's sextiling Saturn in that first house. Okay, this sextiling is a good thing. It's two forces that comes together and it works out, right? So this is a transformation of the way that you work, the structure that you're building. It could be your power. It could be the strategy or the plan, right? Transformation here with Saturn is also transforming you into being that leader or that boss, right? So we have the 11th house activated with that transformation. Hopes, dreams, wishes, your goals, your rewards and gains, networks, clubs, groups, and affiliations, community, friendships of long distance, older siblings, socializing in a big way, right? More than 3 people. This is where social media is. Technology, the internet is here. And this could be a time to where your identity that is included with those clubs, groups, and affiliations, that's transforming. Maybe you're not affiliating yourself with the same ones. You're changing community. That could happen. This could mean that your status that is held within those clubs, groups, or affiliations or community is changing. Okay, that you're upgrading. This could also be a situation where that detachment is happening, and it could be with work. It could be with the structure that you're building. Maybe things hadn't been working out this far with, you know, I call it plan F. I'm on plan F. You know what I mean? So maybe it's that, you know, that plan A that you had in mind, and then you went to plan B, and now the world is where it is, so you're on plan F, right? Like everyone else. And you're detaching from that situation and letting things fall into play rather than striving, rather than using the ego, okay? Because Saturn in the first house, it can give lessons with the ego, with feeling like you're having to strive to survive, right? That's not what the ego is for. The ego is to keep you from getting into situations that aren't necessarily good for you. And this could be an awakening of how to use your ego correctly. Or this could be an awakening of just to let go and go with faith with situations that are happening with your identity. Now, fathers, bosses, the primary parent that wears the pants in the family is activated with Saturn. And this could be a situation to where there is a celebration that is happening for them. Within groups, clubs, or affiliations, maybe they are the people that have an influence on a new identity for you. Okay? This could also look like a rebellious situation. And I say that because Uranus was activated in that second, and the 11th house being Aquarius, right? That you are rebelling from being associated with the same club, groups, or affiliations that your boss, your father, whomever is of authority within your life are telling you to be associated with. Okay? And it's all due to that 12th house in Pisces that's awakening you, right? And seeing things in a different manner. And therefore, you're looked at differently in that Aries, in that first house. Okay? This could also be, let's look at the 10th house here. Let me grab another pen that's a different color. There we go. The 10th house, it deals with Capricorn in astrology and in your chart. And Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. Okay? And the 10th house is situated around your power, your status, the role that you have in life, the title that you hold, your father's health and wealth here, also your reputation and work and your legacy that you're building. And there could be a transformation of that legacy. Remember Plan F? You know what I mean? So this could be an inspiring idea that's coming in regards to what to do next. Or this could be an inspiring idea in regards to how to deal with the world today, with its structure, and then implementing your own structure within that and changing the legacy. Or that legacy is coming to fruition, right? And therefore, you have the capability of pushing toward the structure that is necessary, that you already implemented. But it's one step at a time, because you're planting a seed here with a new beginning of that legacy. Maybe it's just starting, okay? And you're planting that seed. So one step at a time, take breaks as needed, because I know that you're balls to the wall when it comes to getting things done and doing it the right way. Capricorn, being in that 10th house, this is the way that the public sees you. This is the structure that you bring. And you're capable of making a legacy. And you're capable of holding that higher octave status more so than any other sign. Even Capricorn themselves, right? Because you fight like a warrior. So keep that in mind as you're going through the motions of getting things done, to take breaks as needed. Planting the seed. This is just the beginning. Things are changing, right? Okay, so 10th house is also your professional life. And this could be a time to where your professional life is changing. Whether that looks like you're upgrading, or whether that looks like you're transforming it. Okay, and you're the only person that can decide how you're going to transform it. If it's a loss of professional life, which is a possibility because it is a death and rebirth here, it is to guide you to your own sovereignty and what you really want in life and the legacy that you want to build. This is with the 10th house activated, it is also your status or the title that you hold. And that could do with relationships also. And relationships could have an impact on you facilitating yourself with other people. You know, those groups, social media, all of that, being associated with that partner or being associated with that friendship. But it really depends on, you know, if you have planets in these houses and they're activated. Remember that the planet, it brings in action within the sign and the house that it's in. The sign is the flavor of the house, okay? So here in that 10th house, being activated by Saturn in the first, your identity is changing. the identity at work, the identity that you're holding within that status or title that you're holding. And that can mean that, you know, you're becoming a parent, or you're getting married, or you're becoming single. It really depends on the person. And this could also mean that you're upgrading within work. You're becoming a boss, a leader, more so than you are now. And I think that might be about it. Let's see if there's anything else. Your power is associated with that 10th, and it will be transforming. You may actually have a way of transforming other people during this time. So keep that in mind. Okay? Your father could be the one that is transforming others within groups, clubs, and affiliations. That is a possibility. Yeah, I think that's about it, Aries. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Taurus. I hope you're doing well today. We're going to take a look at this new moon in Pisces that's happening in your 11th house. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe. The 11th house has a lot to do with your hopes, dreams, wishes, your networks, clubs, groups, and affiliations, your community, the one you reside in and the one that you want to be in, friendships at a long distance. It could also be socializing in a big way, like a huge party, more than 3 people. Technology and the internet is activated here, and older siblings. With this activation, we have a new beginning happening. New moons, they are the sun and the moon conjunct together. And in this case, they're conjunct in Pisces. And it's really close to an aneretic degree. Okay. So we have this new beginning that's happening with you being a part of something. A network, a club, a group, an affiliation. But once you have that new beginning, there's that old that has to go. So Pisces' definition is transformation and endings, right? And you could be transforming how you interact, or an influencer, how you connect with the community, networks, clubs, groups, and affiliations. Your goals could be changing. There could be an awakening or an enlightenment, because Pisces, it is awakenings. It is enlightenments. It's also soul work, spirituality, letting go and going with faith. It can be healing of any type of past conditioning that you've been through. It could be past conditioning that you've been through, excuse me, within society, if that makes any sense, or within clubs, groups, and affiliations that you had. This could be a situation to where something had happened either in the past or that you've had to deal with thus far with society in your life. And now you're seeing things in a different perspective. You could be forgiving those people that you had been affiliated with, or this could be an awakening of the right ones coming to you. There's an understanding on the spiritual aspect of maybe ignorance is bliss, or this could be you understanding how people are starting to work on a psychological level. I say that because it's an eye-opening experience that is happening to you. And it could have been from letting go of a habit, having some type of grief or loss within your life This could be an awakening on a purpose that you want to fulfill because of letting go of that habit, or getting more into spirituality, or awakening, right? Because of your dark night of the soul that you went through, you're starting to see things more clearly. This could also be a situation with astrology, tarot, the occult, right? That you're awakening to how those people work within their own little society. And maybe you yourself, Taurus, want to create your own society within that situation, within the occult, or within spirituality, or a faith-based society or group. This could look like you deciding to make a Facebook page, right? Or creating a charitable event. This could also look like you getting closer to those goals. Your hopes, dreams, and wishes are activated so they could come true during this time. A transformation is activated here with Pisces. And it's like the divine has your back in situations, right? This could also be, with Pisces activated, some type of psychic or intuitive hit that happens, or a reading that you get that happens, and it opens up that new mindset within, like a divine hit or a divine download that happens because of that reading, or because of that psychic and intuitive ability. This could be you using some type of, what I'm forgetting because it's Mercury retrograde. It's like frequency work, Reiki, things that hit on a psychological level that are transforming for you. I have in my playlist is a healing technique on the inner child. And this could be a time to where, let's just give it as an example, that you listen to that, and then all of a sudden those wounds that you had, or feeling victimized or suffering, it's healed, right? Well, what now, right? So Pisces activates that transformation within you of forgiveness, forgiving those people that hurt you or just mirrored your emotions back to you. And you're starting to understand and realize and open up to an awakening of, well, this is a new reality for me. And therefore, you associate yourself with different people that have a like-minded situation as you. And your goals are coming into fruition because you no longer are restricted by the contrast that's within your emotions. Okay? So this could be a time to where that happens for you. I also want to look at Neptune. Neptune is activated. It is conjunct this new moon. Okay, and Neptune is in Aries. Neptune is the ruler over Pisces. So there is, major connections with the divine and intuitive hits and psychic and intuitive abilities that are coming to fruition for you. And you will realize or awaken to yourself, which is Aries. Aries is defined by the first house, which is your identity, the way that other people see you. Also, it is your physical body, the way that you look, your aesthetic, your image, and the way you lead yourself throughout the world. Okay? It can be anger. It can also be, because Aries is ruled by Mars in astrology, so it could be anger, but it also could turn into some type of action. And in this case, it being in the 12th house, that there is a divinely guided action that has given you an impulsive desire for transforming something or ending something. It could be an impulsive desire to change or awaken, an inspired new beginning. Neptune gives you inspiration. It can also bring in clarity to you. Like I said, that awakening that happens. It can also be an understanding, not necessarily just clarity, but an understanding intellectually on who you are and how you're seen by others. Okay? And of course, Neptune can lead you to your purpose, to your aspiration, rather than ambition. So aspiration is inspired purpose, and ambition is whenever you're doing it for the bag, and you're trying to get the bag, you're trying to get the money, right? This is an inspired purpose that could be opening up to you, and it deals with the divine. It deals with faith. It deals with 12th house affiliations, and I'll go over it. You could want to be a medium. Mediumship is activated here. A person that gives past life readings. A person that can help heal karma. Or this could be your psychic and intuitive abilities opening up, however you use them. Whether that be channeling the divine, right? Or whether that be you using it in the occult arts, such as astrology, tarot, esoteric knowledge, healing people by Reiki or frequency, right? There really is all kinds of healing techniques out there that deal with spirituality and helping others transform and awaken. You would have to do your research because, my mind can only go so far with Mercury retrograde. I am ruled by Mercury, so I'm trying to give you the exact examples, but, not everything is coming to me. But for you to be the one that can be a transformative person or lead someone to that bridge of transformation, right? This could also be a situation of, awakenings is here and clarity is here. And you could just be, it doesn't necessarily have to deal with the occult. You could just be awakening to what you really want out of life. Or something had happened, such as a loss or a grief situation, and you're awakening to that, right? And others that had been going through that, or you realize that healing needs to happen on that part, because the 11th house is activated with this new moon. This is you socializing with another group. So you could find a group that helps you with grief counseling, or you could find a group that helps you with some type of loss situation that you've went through, or how to love unconditionally, okay? Or how to have faith, right? All right, so we have another transit with this new moon. This new moon will sextile Uranus and Taurus. And Uranus and Taurus is your first house. So that first house is activated with your image, your looks, your physical body, your identity, the way that other people see you, your self-leadership and governing yourself, okay? The first house in Taurus, this could be dealing with many things. It could be dealing with your money. It could be dealing with your home situation. It could be dealing with how you love others, how you're connected with others. This could be material things that you have and value. This could be how you are valued, okay? Or bring value out into the world, right? This could also be what you consume, like food, consumption of, because it is connected with Aries house in astrology. Aries rules the first house in astrology, right? This could be a situation of you realizing your consumption of your habits, or what is bringing on a habit. And it could be intertwined with the 12th of that habit could be consistent because of a grief or loss situation, right? Or a love situation, or a home situation, a financial situation, okay? I say those things because Aries is activated in the first house with Taurus, right? I do want to show you a little technique here with how you can find out how to fix that, okay? If there is situations of problems with habits, and people consistently see you this way, okay? Problems with loss or grief here, no matter what instance is happening in home, finances, or love relationships. Taurus, it rules the second house in astrology. So the sign that is in that house for you is Gemini. And it all deals with your mind. Okay? The way you speak to yourself is very important. That's what gives you value. Okay? Second house is value, money, how you spend money, self-worth and confidence. So how you're spoken to and how you are receiving that intellectually, and also the way that you talk to yourself on a daily basis, that is what is concerning your mind. And therefore, as your mind is processing these words that you're telling it, that's whenever the habit gets either bigger or you can lose it, right? It really depends on. So one way to console that is to get further into faith, get further into nurturing yourself on an emotional basis, and understand that you can become your own mother and nurture yourself and help yourself, right? Leos, they have this thing of finding the Father within. But with Taurus, because you are the Empress in the tarot, you're finding the mother within and connecting with Gaia, connecting with God, source, universe on a divinely level, because your first house is connected with that 12th. So having faith is a huge thing for you. Understanding that you are capable is a huge thing for you, because Aries is the leader, okay? You have to see that you are capable, right? And, you know, leaders in itself, it can be a very lonely position, because you feel like you can't connect with those others that are leaders, or you feel like no one understands you. This could be a situation to where you find because the 11th house being socializing in groups, clubs, and affiliations, that you're finding other people that are just like you. And therefore, you're capable of discussing your leadership together. Okay? But it is all about communication to yourself, right? That is your internal self-motivation, your internal leader of yourself, is how you speak to yourself, how you think about things, and transforming that can help you. Okay, I'm going to move on. I don't want to sit on something for too long, but Uranus, let me get another pen because Uranus is in Taurus, and Uranus is changes. Uranus is, it can be chaotic changes, but it can also bring in changes implemented that are necessary. And it's activated with a sextile to this new moon. So we have the 11th and the first house activated of, you can make money by being an influencer. And it could be, that's what's changing, is that you're understanding that you can do this. There is some type of divine intervention from God's source universe with Pisces activated in the 11th, to where you see yourself and the way that other people see you differently. There's an awakening there. You're changing how you're making money. You're changing how you're loving others and being compassionate toward others. Okay. You are also changing your aesthetic to a more easygoing way, because it's Taurus. So Taurus is, you know, the earth sign of greens and very earthy colors. You're changing things. Could be changing your platform on social media to those colors, or you're changing your business to those colors of a very earthy, more grounded situation. It could be that because Pisces is involved, that say that you have a business, and say you have a crystal business, or you have some type of business that you're associated with that deals with the occult, and you're starting to include herbalism within this, right? That's very earthy. A new way of making money with that business and socializing. It could be that you're being noticed by some type of event. And this event could be happening within the spring. This event could be happening at someone's home, or this event could be happening within, like going to some place that deals with events that deal with the occult, or that deal with faith, right? Like a spiritual community, okay? This could be online. This could be an actual physical one, because the community is activated within your chart. And while going to this event or being invited to this event, you have clarity, or you get an awakening, or some type of idea that comes to you, right? Remember, Gemini is, you know, ruling that second house, and Gemini is ideas. Gemini can open up and broaden those ideas on how to make money, get self-worth, right? So this could be an invitation. It feels like a divinely intervened invitation for your awakening. Like you're being set up right now by the universe to see who you are, how everything has been happening around you, and to transform your connections and how you influence others, or how you are influenced, right? And it feels like it was just fate, is one way that you can define the divine. It was fate for me to be here and connected with these people, or connected with this group, or intuitive hits of, these are my people, right? And it could be divinely guided that way. This could also be a situation where, you know, everybody wants to talk about love and they want to talk about money. So I'll talk about love first. That there is love that can be found by implementing yourself in a beautiful way with groups, clubs, and affiliations, or getting involved in socializing. This could mean that you have to take inspired action that comes to you, of going to this party, or going to this community event, or participating in this group structure that's happening. It could even be online, of you getting on a dating app. And it could be, you know, a dating app that revolves around food. Like, say that, you know, it's called something like Chefs Are Dating, or something like that, right? It could be Taurus themed, of maybe it's a bunch of people that are realtors and they're getting together to date or something like that. But this could be, you know, something Taurus themed, of it's a beautiful app, or you're getting more messages telling you that you're beautiful, and that's the only reason you got on the app. That happened to me, by the way. So I was on I'm older, of course, so it's plentyoffish.com. I'm a Pisces, right? Plentyoffish.com. I got on this website, and they would send me messages telling me I'm beautiful every morning. So it made me happy. What do? We do things that make us happy. So I had a bit of an ego boost. I wasn't in the cult back then, or awakened back then, right? I was young. But I was about to go through my Saturn return. Didn't know, right? Because I didn't know astrology then. And that's how I found my husband. Of course, because I have a lot of planets in my 8th house, I can't find happiness without a crisis happening. It seems. Or transforming my identity, because my 8th house is in Aries. I can't have things happen, you know, in a smooth transition. Things have to awaken. Anyway, so I found my husband on a dating app because I wanted to be told I was beautiful every day by other people, and it just built and built. It didn't happen all of a sudden. It took a couple of months for it to happen, but it still happened. There is a divine guidance that happened with that, right? Anyway, so that could happen to you. You could get on some type of application for dating, and, you know, you find the love of your life. Or that could be also how you're making money. You're deciding to build an app. Okay, that's included with Taurus themes. Love, romance, money, anything Venusian. This could also be a situation with Taurus being activated and the 11th house being activated, that you're getting closer to a transition of homes. And this could be you deciding to sell a home, becoming a real estate agent. That could be it. Or this could be an open house situation that you go to. Now, if you start socializing in a huge way and you end up at an open house or something like that, there is a chance that you could find opportunities within that situation, whether that is the home itself or the people that are associated with it. Okay. This could also be that you're deciding to get involved with a nonprofit situation with yourself, or you're becoming grouped up with that community. I say that because Pisces is nonprofit, and the first house being with Taurus, okay, could be housing for the homeless or feeding the homeless, because Taurus is food. And it deals with your face also. Anything on your face. Teeth, nose, ears, eyes, right? And food and consumption of, like, drinking or food. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. I'm trying to give you as many definitions as I can. So I talked about love. Let's talk about money. That could be it, that you get involved with that nonprofit. It could also be a situation of you being an influencer, on putting on makeup or something like that on social media. A lot of people do that. Or this could be an influencer of showing off how you decorated homes or making food on the internet. This could also be thinking about making money with the occult, like I said, or some type of faith-based situation, or volunteering in some way, shape, or form. A charitable event. Seeing if there's anything else here. There's many ways this could work out, because Taurus is also merchandise, clothing, Venusian things, anything that is beautiful, right? Or making something beautiful, jewelry, things that you wear. It is materialistic, okay? So anything that's of value, materialistic, or of what you deem valuable materialistically. And how you can bring value into the world. And you could have some type of epiphany on how to change your community to bring more money into that community, or bring more money into that group, club, or affiliation. Your goals are changing, and they're divinely guided here with a new beginning. This is also quick changes that can happen to your identity, and then you're associating yourself with different people. And we're going to look at some transformations of your structure. And by that I mean Pluto during this new moon will sextile Saturn in Aries. So let's look at that. I'm going to use black. Pluto in the 10th house will sextile Saturn and Aries. Now, when you have a sextile, you have two energies that are coming together, two forces that come together, and they work out. Okay? So this is a good thing. This is a transformation, a death and rebirth of your structure and your power, your identity. This is a new strategy coming to light to bring in something new to your reality. Okay? Because Saturn is structure. Saturn is strategy. Saturn is bringing in leadership qualities within Aries for everyone. Is giving the lesson of you will learn how to lead yourself in this area of life. It is time, right? Unapologetically, because that is Aries. whether that means that you have to work as a warrior to get through situations, or whether that is a D-structure has to happen for things to happen for you. Okay? And with Pluto involved, Pluto is, I can bring you a transformation, a rebirth. This can be an easy way of transformation, rebirth with the sextile, because it comes out as it working out for you. And we're dealing with the 10th house, the 10th, and the 12th house here. Okay, so that's an awakening on your status, your title that you have in life. This is building, excuse me, I say awakening because 12th house is awakenings. And remember that the 12th house has Neptune in it, so that inspired action is activated on how to build that structure. This is the divinely guided house. And then we're pointing to the 10th, which is your work, your title that you hold within life. Single or married, married to single. Title that you hold, CEO or laborer, or I am, and you fill in the blank. That is your title. Right? It is a transformation of you and your title, your status, the structure of your legacy is changing. Okay? This is all dealing with the masses, because we're dealing with Aquarius here. This is all dealing with changes that are happening within how you're socializing versus your status. Okay? You weren't dating before. Now you're dating, right? Your status. 10th house is also your power. It can be your father's health and wealth, right? And this is you discovering your awakening of how you were connected with a father figure or authority in general. How your connections with authority or a father figure has been thus far, and then restructuring that, right? Because no one holds your identity but you. Okay? This could be that you are placing upon a loss, grief situation that has happened, and you're transforming yourself with that loss, grief situation. And that could be work, right? That situation is changing. We have transformation with Pluto activated. There's a rebirth with your work situation, or there's a rebirth with how you are seen by the public, because you have awakening to a new identity. Okay? This is a rebirth of your affiliation with authority. Maybe you're becoming an authority yourself, because Aries has that leadership in it of leading the masses. And this could be that you are becoming that leader. And that could deal with a leader in the occult, faith-based things, a leader within Taurus things, Venusian things, okay? A leader of, because second house is also connected with Taurus, that is a public speaker of sorts, a person that uses their hands, a person that is making money with their community, neighborhood, surroundings, right? The leader there. There's a transformation. You could become a teacher. You could decide to open up your own school, or this could be a situation of you writing a book. Okay? You're becoming a leader there, of being a publisher, author, what have you, editor. You know, Gemini can be editor. And the publishing comes out of your 9th house that is connected with the 10th. I say that because Capricorn rules the 10th house in astrology. This could be that you are becoming that teacher, preacher, or guru to the masses. And you're showing them how to awaken. This could be a situation of you just thinking about these things, right? And you're placing that strategic strategy on how to build that structure with those things. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. Give me 1 second. I want to look at, because Capricorn is involved, so let's look at it. The 9th house is skills and learning abilities. Like I said, you could be a teacher, preacher, or guru. This could be that something is happening with in-laws. A transformation, death, or rebirth is happening with in-laws, and that ricochets to you and your identity. Okay? There could be inheritance involved with that, right? There could be just a transformation of how they are and how they are toward you. And you're realizing that you're holding the power in that relationship. Does that make any sense? Grandchildren, grandparents are activated with that too. Okay. Religion. This could be that you're getting associated with being a leader within religious situations. This could also be within higher education. Maybe that higher education is giving you the opportunity for a better work environment. This could mean that you're building toward that higher education for that new work environment. Okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else here. There is a possibility that if you meet someone, that they could be a Capricorn. That is a possibility. Or someone that seems like they have it together. Okay? They could be someone that has built themselves a life from the ground structure up. And that is admiration to you. That is, you admire that. So, or building themselves over is a possibility, right? After hardship, or you're actually witnessing this, and therefore that shows you the bigger picture. An awakening happens because this new moon is about clarity and your perspective being awakened. It's connected with this house, the 9th house. So the 9th house is your philosophy and your belief system, right? And that's changing. And you're building something. You are structuring something in a different manner. Opportunities, and this is the house of blessings. And it could deal with work, but it could give you an opportunity to structure yourself within the community, or structure yourself within the masses in a different light. A transformation happens, and it could be due to money coming in from in-laws, grandparents. It could be due to an inheritance, right? It could be due to you deciding to move. Okay? Because remember, we had Gemini activated with the 2nd, and Gemini is moving. And I think that might be about it, Taurus. I tried with Mercury retrograde. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Gemini. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Gemini, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to talk about this new moon in Pisces that's happening in your 10th. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. So a new beginning is happening in your 10th house. The 10th house is your legacy, your professional life and working career, your reputation, your father's health and wealth, and also the primary parent that wore the pants in the family is here. Your role that you play in life, your status that you hold. Single to married, married to single. This could also be a CEO or laborer. Power is here. This new moon is bringing in miraculous new beginnings to where maybe you are becoming a boss. Maybe you are becoming a leader within your work facilitation. This could be a divinely guided transformation that happens within work, within your status, upgrading, if you would, within your status, right? An awakening or clarity that comes to you in regards to what you want to do for your legacy, how you want to leave your legacy. This could be a reflection being a water sign, right? And Pisces, of maybe something was lost within your world, or maybe there was a grief situation that had happened. And therefore, this ricocheted to you thinking on clarity of what to do next with your status, clarity what to do next on your work, or clarity on your legacy. Okay? Your power is here. Intuitive and psychic abilities are activated, and this could be a time to where you're understanding that you are capable, that you have the capability of using those as a profession. That could look like anything, honestly. It could look like Reiki healing. It could look like mediumship, karma healing, astrology, tarot, being a part of the occult in some way, shape, or form. This could be that there is a transformation or ending of doing those things, depending on if you are a person that has lost their faith in regards to using their psychic and intuitive abilities, and you could be leading yourself in a different manner. It could go either way. It could be amplified, or there could be a transformation to where you're destructuring that out of your life. This could also be a situation of some type of leadership revolving around maybe charitable work, maybe it's a nonprofit situation, right? Or this could be with foreign people that you're taking the leadership over, helping those, that are in other countries. This could also be that you're working for a foreign company. Okay. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you. Your status could be changing, and it seems like it's divinely guided, such as you're getting married or you're getting out of a marriage, because transformation and endings is activated. It depends on the person, right? But we're going to take a look at Neptune. Neptune is in Aries. Neptune is giving you an awakening to your purpose. Inspired new beginnings happen with Neptune involved. An impulsive desire to act on something could be situated within the 11th house. And that could be your community. That could be fulfilling your hopes, dreams, wishes, your goals. It could also be The 11th house is hopes, dreams, wishes, goals, gains, networks, clubs, groups, your community, the community you want to be in, and the community that you're in. Friendships of long distance, older siblings, socializing in a big way. This could also include that charitable event, right, that you're taking leadership over. Or technology and the internet is activated with the 11th house. And this could mean that you're becoming the leader over those clubs, groups, or affiliations, like an admin. Or this could be that you're having interactions with them and it's awakening you to who has your back and who doesn't, right? It could also be a situation with deciding, because social media is activated with the 11th house, deciding to be an influencer on the internet. Aries, it has a lot to do with leadership. It has a lot to do with the first house. It deals with your identity and the way that other people see you. It also deals with your self-autonomy, your physical body. And this could be a time to where you are structuring your physical body using an app of some sort. You're changing your aesthetic using an app. Could be for business. It could be for your power, right? Your self-internal power. This could also be you deciding to move because of a situation that happens within your status, and you're affiliating yourself with new people and socializing in a different manner. That could happen because Aries in astrology is the first house, and that is Gemini. And Gemini is communication, it's mindsets. This is moving and movement, exercising, right? So all of these things could be activated, and you're using transformative power to do so, okay? Your mindset could be activated by social media or a club, group, or affiliation, and a change is happening there, a change of mindset, and therefore you're gaining that power back, okay? And that could be like, say you lost someone or you lost a job, and your power is coming back to you by being affiliated with new group, club, or affiliations, or in the ones that you're in now. It's just an awakening happens here, clarity happens of how to gain that power back, okay? A healing happens. I'm seeing if there's anything else with that. All right, I'm going to move on. So that impulsive desire to create is activated, and you could be creating jobs for people, or you could be creating a community for people to go to discuss their loss and grief situation, or discuss the occult, or to discuss their faith, right? This could also be a change that is happening within you and your faith, a change that is happening, or a transformation that is happening with your home, and you're moving. So you change jobs, you change communities, right? Or you're moving for a job. And I say that because Uranus is activated, and Uranus is in Taurus. Taurus deals with homes, food, anything of the face, aesthetics that are connected with that Aries, but it's more so on a tangible level, such as the clothes that you wear, the makeup that you wear, jewelry, anything of maybe Taurus is acting out as money, transformation of money, that you're gaining money of some sort. This could be that there's an inheritance coming to you, that there is some type of affiliation of maybe grandmothers or grandparents have some type of influence on that inheritance, okay? And I'm going to tell you why. So Uranus being activated, it changes your stability of work, love, food, homes, confidence, and it's changing everything in that 12th. So the 12th is transformation, and it's endings that are happening, loss and grief that has happened or is happening. This could be that your love life is changing, your money is changing, your home situation is changing. It can be chaotic, but in this case it's sextiling. But if it is chaotic, it's happening for a reason, right? Because it's sextiling. Sextiling is, or sextile, is two forces that come together and it works out, right? So this could look like, you know, the internet has an influence on the change of money, or that something over a home situation has something that changes money, like you sell your home, okay? And maybe you get more from that sale. Uranus, it rules over Aquarius. And that's in the 9th. That's how I was able to see how it was connected with in-laws and grandparents. Also, grandchildren are here. And it could be that you're becoming a grandparent, so therefore you want to move closer to the environment that you grew up in, or move closer to family. Okay? This could also be a situation of that emotional body changing, I guess you would say, because your love is changing. There's a transformation of love. This could be a time to where you find love within your world, or you find the right work affiliation. Okay? I do want to say that 9th house is the house of blessings and is opportunities. It's the bigger picture that you're looking at here. Your philosophy and belief systems are connected with the 9th house. And the 9th house is activated because of Aquarius being activated, and Pluto is there transforming this house of belief systems, traveling. It is sextiling, like I said, two forces that come together and it works out. It is sextiling Saturn in Aries. So you have that 11th house and 9th house activated here. Pluto is transformation and endings, and Pluto is also death and rebirth. Okay, it can be the literal sense of a rebirth happening or a death that's happening, right? It can also be transformation of your structure when it's connected with Saturn. How you structure yourself, what is structured in your life could be destructuring and having to restructure. Your power is activated. Your identity is activated with Aries, right? Whatever you had the strategy for, it could be coming into your reality. Hopes, dreams, wishes are activated with Aquarius. Groups, clubs, and affiliations, the masses, social media, being an influencer. 9th house is teachers, preachers, and gurus. And there could be a teacher, preacher, and guru that helps you structure your identity and bring back your power. I use Abraham Hicks and Tony Robbins for that. There could be that situation of you being that teacher, preacher, or guru that's connected with that identity change, that you're the one that is being the leader, okay, and showing others how to. And that could be anything, honestly. It could be connected to Taurus, of how to make money, or how to put on makeup, or how to create a meal, right? If you're a chef, or if you are a person that cooks really good, this could be how to decorate your home. This could also be how to, I'm trying to think of other Taurus things, how to situate your finances, okay? Because we have other things involved with this. Transformation and endings, yes. Death and rebirth could be happening, yes. This could also be because Saturn is connected with Capricorn. Saturn rules over Capricorn in astrology. So we're talking about the 10th house being Capricorn, and also Capricorn in your chart, which is in the 8th, and those connections there. Your power is gained by situating yourselves on a psychological level. This is also where you can find a divinely guided situation that transforms things. It's like you realize during this time as an awakening, because that's Pisces, an awakening to what needs to transform, whether that be on a psychological level or your finances. Or this could be an opportunity that happens, such as you're approved for a loan, a mortgage, an inheritance comes to you. All of these things are the 8th house. This could be some type of soulmate coming together, because it is soulmates. Merging of two souls is 8th house. This is also divorces. It really depends on what you want, right? There could be like communication that comes to you of a restructure of your marriage, and that can include divorce. It can also be investments in long-term finances that they pay out, and therefore you have the capability of doing your hopes, dreams, and goals, and your belief systems are changing, right? I mean, there is a domino effect here that can happen of a lot of things. I know that Geminis are really good with crisis, because you have Capricorn in the 8th, and that's the crisis house. And if this is like a crisis to you, you can handle it, right? You're really good at doing all the things and adapting to all the things. And if that's happening to you, you will have the solution. You will understand what to do next. I'm going to show you how I see this. So the 8th house is ruled by Scorpio in astrology. Your Pluto being activated in the 9th. Opportunities is the 9th house. Opportunities come out of crisis during this time, okay, for the next 20 years, right? So if there's something that's happening and it feels like a crisis, you'll get through it. Or this could be a situation where you're deciding to publish a book and you become your own authority in that situation, right? 9th house being Pluto, that transformation of publishing, and you're all of a sudden an author, okay? But the divine is working behind the scenes to give you some type of reward for having that Saturn in Pisces for a very long time. I mean, that's pretty much the sum of this new moon, in Pisces, a new beginning here, because you learned lessons of situations with work, situations with your status, situations with maybe loss of work, loss of a father figure or the primary parent in your life. This is you understanding and taking leadership over your psychic and intuitive abilities. Maybe it was uncomfortable, right? I can relate. Maybe you had to put yourself out there because Saturn was asking you to take leadership over that situation. Maybe there was victimization and suffering within work, or victimization and suffering, and you couldn't figure out why, right? Because you look to the house that's adjacent to it, which is the 4th house. There could have been victimization and suffering within your health, within homes, within your family, right? And it dealt with maybe they had drug use, or maybe there was some type of drug use that came out of the situation of loss. This could have been you having that habit and having to work on that habit. This could have been sabotaging habits that you had with moving, toxicity of living with people, okay? A lot of things have happened with that Saturn being in Pisces and Neptune being there. Sometimes you could see, sometimes you couldn't. Right? Sometimes secrets came out, sometimes they didn't. Sometimes you dreamt about those secrets and you took action as needed. And that's where Saturn was trying to teach you to take leadership over your psychic and intuitive abilities, your faith within the universe, understanding that God has your back, right? And in this case, it's rewarding you with something that's transforming. So whatever you had been asking the universe thus far, it's transforming. Other people's resources are starting to come to you. You will all of a sudden, say that you applied to get a loan or put in an application for a grant, or you had, I'm seeing if there's anything else here. You had invested in something, or even a relationship. Doesn't have to be, something that just is financial. It could be that you invested a lot into a relationship, or you invested, your time and energy, because Capricorn is here. It's dealing with that Saturn. You invested yourself, and now you're profiting. Things are coming through. Things are paying out. Things are transforming in your psyche of, wow, I am worthy. Wow, things are happening and unfolding in a very beautiful way. Whether that is you letting go of something, or just transforming it as an upgrade. So I do want to put that out there, because right now with Geminis, it can work out on any level. Your love life is activated. Okay? Death and rebirth is activated. Your leadership skills are activated. Leadership in general is activated. With you taking your identity to the masses and showing them who you are. I'm seeing if there's anything else here I can tell you. Give me 1 second as I look over. This could be a time to where you're gaining a new business opportunity, gaining clients, because 9th house with Pluto, 7th house is activated because Sagittarius rules that 9th house. You could be working with a partner. You guys could be creating a business together, Collaborations and contracts are being signed. Commitments and agreements and alliances are coming through. This could be if you were wanting to live near your best friend, or you've missed your best friend. They could either be coming to you or you could be going to them. Gemini is moving. Aries being activated activates the first house, Gemini. And best friends and relating to other people is the 7th. So transformation being Pluto, connection, means that there could be a transformation of that friendship in some way, shape, or form. But moving could be involved. It really depends on how you're looking at this, because your mindset could be awakening to that friendship and what's really behind the scenes. Neptune being in this calibration with Pisces, right? Pisces new moon is giving you clarity. You're not in the fog anymore. You can see clearly things happening around you. So you make your choices upon that. That's where the free will comes in, right? Clients also are activated, and this could be a time to where there's opportunities with clients. This could be that you're exploring something new. It could be a home, right? It could be a love situation. It could also be you're taking a vacation at a long distance to involve yourself with a new community of sorts. And I think that might be about it, Gemini. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Hi, Cancer. This is for Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Pisces new moon that's happening in your 9th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. So the 9th house, it deals with long distance travel, other cultures, religion, religious beliefs, belief systems, your philosophy, the bigger picture. It can be considered the house of blessings and opportunities. Skills and learning abilities is activated here. Teachers, preachers, and gurus, in-laws, grandchildren, grandparents are activated. Higher education, college courses, media, publishing, legal cases, okay? The 9th house being activated with Pisces. Pisces is transformation and endings. It can be habits, self-sabotaging. It can also be loss and grief. It can be the occult, mediumship, past life readings, karma healing, healing and restoration of past conditioning, prisons, hospitals, the mystical. All of these things are activated for everyone right now because Pisces is activated. Awareness or awakening is here. Higher states of consciousness is here. And this could be a time, a new beginning of you awakening to a new belief system, to a new religious belief, to the fact that you want to get a college degree. You could be awakening to the bigger picture, or you're about to be a grandparent. This could be an awakening or an opportunity that comes out of a situation with grandparents, okay? This could be skills and learning abilities. You're tapping into that psychic and intuitive ability that you have, the occult ability that you have. It could be that a teacher, preacher, or guru has an influence on that skill or learning ability, or that you yourself are transforming into a teacher, preacher, or guru. This could be a situation with media, that you're finding those people in media that are teaching you how to have a skill or a new learning ability. This could be that publishing being involved, that you're publishing a book. A legal case is transforming itself into your favor. There could be an awakening of starting a legal case, okay? Because this is a new beginning. This could be also that you're traveling to the beach or somewhere that has water. Pisces is water. That you're taking a vacation. It could be like a spiritual sabbatical, or it could be for a spiritual retreat. That is a possibility, but nonetheless, this vacation is going to help you awaken. Okay? I want to look at Neptune. Neptune is in Aries in your 10th house, and Neptune is providing inspiration to you during this time. It will conjunct this new moon. It is giving you inspiring action for your aspirations. And aspirations are different than ambitions, right? Aspirations is the dreams that you have in mind to fulfill something that's bigger than you, to make something happen in a divine order. Ambition is pushing that masculine energy to get the bag, right? To make more money. That's ambition. Just to up-level your living situation or the way that you do life. But with Neptune involved, it's giving you clarity, new ideas upon a new beginning, inspired new beginnings, impulsive desire for action. This could mean that, because it's in Aries, right? Impulsiveness is Aries. This could mean that the 10th house is your legacy, your professional life, your status, the title you hold in life, right? Single to married, married to single, CEO, laborer, work for yourself, work for others. Okay, status, title that people know you as. This is public. 10th house is your power. Also, your father's health and wealth, and those people that you hold into admiration. This could mean that you're finding someone on the internet, a teacher, preacher, or guru that has this inspiring action or gives you that inspiring desire to take action on your work facilitation, on your status, your marriage, your relationship, your money. Doesn't matter, right? Anything that is involved with the title that you hold. Parenting, okay? Anything. This could also mean that situation with business that you're having inspiration of creating your own business. Individuality is Aries. This could also be that opportunity that's presented to you from grandparents, in-laws, that they help you in that situation, or they show you your capabilities, that you have a skill and learning ability already, and to implement that within your professional life. And you're seeing this, you're taking leadership of this. That could be it. It could also be with Neptune activated that there is some clarity coming into where you are in life. And that clarity can turn into inspiration for a legacy, to leave a legacy, right? Taking leadership over that legacy, Aries. This could also be what Aries activated, identities are activated, and that there's some type of change of identity that needs to happen or is about to happen. New beginnings happening with Pisces involved, That new identity can come out of a belief system that was surrounding a situation. That can look like anything. It could look like a marriage. It could look like a job. Your belief systems are changing, okay? The philosophy that you're holding, and maybe you find out or figure out something during this time. It feels like a divine guidance of telling you something, giving you hints out of the universe that changes need to be made in regards to that 10th house, okay? Whether that be your status, the title you hold, your legacy, maybe you were a person that compared themselves to their father or a person of admiration in your life, and there could be changes of beliefs surrounding that, right? Your perspective is the 9th of a new beginning. You're going to look at things differently. An awakening is happening here. An awakening that could happen with people of admiration, fathers. An awakening that could happen with a literal Aries, right? It could also be an awakening that is happening with what you're doing as a career, or where your power has been going this far, okay? With this new moon will sextile Uranus in Taurus. So let's look at Uranus in Taurus. Uranus in Taurus, it's bringing changes. It's bringing changes to the way that you make money with the masses. Taurus is money. Taurus is homes. Taurus is food. Taurus is beauty. Things that are tangible. Things that you deem as valuable. Okay? Taurus is, give me one second. I lost my train of thought. Taurus is Venusian. Okay? Taurus being activated with Uranus. Uranus is instant changes. It can change the way that you've been feeling in an instant. Does that make any sense? One day you wake up and you're like, I can't do this anymore. And there are no emotions attached to it, because Uranus is the ruler over Aquarius. So there's detachment of emotions, right? This could also be the internet, that you are getting compliments, loving gifts, money, right, over the internet. And it changes your perspective in regards to your philosophy of who you are, your belief system, maybe of what someone had said about someone else, right? I mean, you know, people can influence you. People influence in the 11th, okay? And in the 11th, you can be influenced by love. You can be influenced by food. You can be influenced by comfort, okay? You can be influenced by money, right? People influence you this way. There's a clarity coming out of this, though, of how you're influenced by another and what's really happening behind the scenes with another, okay? And it could be with a love situation. It could be with your money. It could be with, you know, how people show love to you. 11th house is your hopes, dreams, wishes, and goals. It is your rewards and gains, your networks, clubs, groups, and affiliations. The community you're in, the community you want to be in. It is friendships of long distance, and also social media, socializing in a big way. Older siblings are here. The internet is the 11th, okay? And you could be realizing how you can obtain money over the internet, creating a club, group, or affiliation, how you can make money within the community. You could also be realizing how you can change the way that you've been living thus far. Okay. And I say that because homes are activated with Taurus, right? This could be the beginning of a change of where you're living. Communities are activated, whether or not you like it or not. Okay. This could be also, because you're looking at the bigger picture. You're looking at, where do I live? How is my community? Does it provide me with safety and security? Does it provide me with stability? Do I love this community, right? This is what you're looking at. And this could be a time to where that belief system changes. This could be a time to where you decide to change everything. I mean, like a complete do-over, Cancer. Okay. This could be that money is provided to you through groups, clubs, and affiliations. Changes can happen overnight, and you can all of a sudden go viral and get money, right? This could be changes that are happening within your home base or community that all of a sudden you decide, I want to leave, or I need to change this. This could be overnight you getting approved for a loan or a shared resource of some sort. This could be overnight that money comes to you through. It could be a literal Leo, right? Because the second house in astrology is ruled by Leo, and the second house in astrology is ruled by Taurus, and yours is in Leo. It could be a literal Leo that helps you out with a loan, right? It could be that your talent, your God-given talent and genius, it all of a sudden makes money. Or you're figuring out that you can, okay? This could mean also that there are changes happening in regards to your self-worth and confidence, and you're being your grandma or grandpa, or you're gaining in-laws, right? You're getting married and gaining in-laws, or they themselves have an influence on where you're living, who you're associated with, and what you're doing for work or what you're doing in life, right? The bigger picture is set up here for you to look at and see everything that's happening around you. They could be sabotaging you, right? I mean, it really depends, because you have Pisces in that 9th house, and sabotage is Pisces. So they could be the ones that are influence you to sabotage your life, and you're awakening to this. It could be also that you're getting into religion, that is something that's happening and things are changing for you. This could be that spirituality is a factor in this, and you're getting more into spirituality. Spirituality and occult is activated with the 9th, with Pisces. In your 9th house, you could be teaching other people how to awaken or transform their lives. You could be using the occult as astrology or tarot and showing others how to connect with God, source, the universe, right? Something of teaching, preaching, or being a guru could be happening for you. This could be something that you're deciding to do on a daily basis, okay? That you're realizing that club, group, or affiliation, or 11th house being, socializing, hopes, dreams, wishes, rewards, and gains, your goals, okay? That, you know, all of these people that you're seeing making money over the internet, that they practice, right? And you could be starting to practice things on a daily basis. Your lifestyle is surrounding that new skill or learning ability that you're gaining, okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else here. I want to move on, okay, because I'm getting off topic, but I do want to explain a sextile. Sextile is two forces, two planets, right? Moon and sun is considered a planet in astrology, but it's two forces that come together and it works out. And it brings changes, in this case with Taurus, things in your stability, work, love, food, and homes, and confidence, okay? And with that said, there is a new strategy, a new structure that's wanting to come in and implement itself, and that's with Saturn. And Saturn is in Aries in that 10th house, and structure is Capricorn in astrology, which rules the 10th house. So, I mean, this is going to hit home for you. Literally home, right? So, it will sextile Pluto in Aquarius. So we have a transformation of identity that's happening with how you're working, the legacy that you're leaving, the groups that you're affiliated with, the community that you're residing in. All of these things are changing, okay? The bigger picture is hitting home here. You're awakening to the fact of that if your life hasn't worked out thus far, you're going to make it work out. You know what I mean? Because Aries has this way of being the warrior. Aries has this way of having leadership and pushing, and it keeps pushing. With Saturn there, it's going to give you that capability of taking the leadership back, your power back. 10th house is your power, okay? Power of your identity. And that could come through, it really depends on the person, okay? So as I go through this 8th house, you know, you take it as it is. So change of identity can come through crisis, legal matters, divorces. This could come through other people's resources. This could come through meeting your soulmate, healing your fear and phobia, right? If there has been a fear and phobia in regards to being seen, in regards to being out there and socializing, this is a time to where it's going to be healed. Your power is coming back to you. This could also be a situation with loans and mortgages, that you apply for a loan or mortgage in a different community and therefore you're getting approved. So it's changing things for you. This could also be a transformation that is happening within the way you socialize with other people, okay? Or the way that you let other people influence you. It could go either way because you have Psyche in the 8th also. And this could be a time to where you're gaining that power back because you're not letting other people come near you with that energy. Or this could be a time to where that you're transforming your identity through work, your status, through deciding upon that legacy. You're transforming the way that you lead yourself out into the world and becoming your own father, right? So 8th house can also be taboo topics and occult topics. Is together with that Piscean moon, you know, so it's amplified here. of you doing this over the media, you doing this over groups, clubs, and affiliations. This could be that you're finally making a business out of this and, you know, doing it on an individual basis. Or this could be a situation with your hopes, dreams, goals coming true because something comes in. Something that is Pluto affiliated, right? And that could be anything from a Leo, because Leo's rule that 5th house. This could be love comes in and changes everything, right? Or, right, because your dating is in the 5th. This could be that you meet this person over the internet, or you figure out, you know, that you are viral, that you are a celebrity. Celebrity status is in the 5th house. And also your God-given talent is in the 5th. And there's a transformation of you using it and making money with it, or creating a business with it. This could be children. Change your life, right? Change your identity. Change the way that you're thinking about the bigger picture. It could be, you know, even grandchildren, that you're becoming a grandparent and wow, this is, you know, the first grandkid and it hits home for you. Okay. This could be, it is a possibility. I'm going to say this because loss is activated. Okay. Loss and grief is activated. And this could be that you're getting a medium reading or something in regards to a friend that was lost, or a love that was lost, something like that, right? And it changes the way that you're looking at things. It changes your philosophy. There is a transformation of how you're leading yourself into the world, because you're seeing the different perspective of the way that you were before the medium and when you got it. Okay. Or religion. You could be changing your religion because of that medium. That is a possibility, and it has happened. I've seen that happen. Yes, there could be an indication of some type of death over the internet. So you're scrolling on your social media and you find out that someone passed away, right? And that could transform the way that you're thinking and doing things and leading yourself through the world. Okay? This could also be a situation of you deciding to let go of one way of being and you're picking up another. There's skills and learning abilities attached to this. And we also have, you know, transformation of structure. So you could be learning, like I said earlier, from the media on how to create something. Or this could be something that was initially in your talents and genius, and you didn't realize that you had it. You know, you didn't realize that that was a big thing, because awakenings are happening, right? And this could be the time to where you're picking it back up again and you're using it either for work or just stability within your world. You know, sometimes hobbies, because it's in the 5th house, hobbies and being happy can transform you into manifestation, right? It's the laws of attraction. You understanding that, you know, that happiness and love that you're feeling within yourself is connecting you with Source, God, the universe, and therefore using it as the facilitator of getting what you want in life. And because you were in the vortex, right? is what they call it. I listened to Abraham Hicks, so she's all about some manifesting, you know what I mean? And getting into the vortex and figuring out that you are connected to God, source, the universe. And that could be something that you're realizing here. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. I think that might be about it. Cancer, thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Leo. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Leo, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this new moon in Pisces in your 8th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so the 8th house is crisis, legal matters, divorces, soulmates merging together, other people's resources, debts, taxes, and government, banking loans, mortgage loans. This can be deep bonding sex or intimacy, hidden knowledge, taboo topics, inheritance, death and rebirth, transformation, your psyche, your psychological outlook, right? Investment, long-term finances is here. Okay, so with the 8th house activated with this new beginning, there could be a new beginning of shared resources, of you gaining a loan, of you giving a loan, okay, to someone. This could be that deep intimacy that maybe hasn't been experienced thus far, and then all of a sudden it creates this ripple effect for a Kundalini awakening, because Pisces is here and Pisces is awakenings. Pisces can interact with your subconscious and change the way that you've been doing things thus far. It can give you clarity during this time because we have rewards coming from Neptune and Saturn being in Pisces, and now they're moving into Aries, and this is the reward from them of clarity of what you need to do next. It could be a transformation that's coming to you from a loss, okay? Could be an inheritance. It could be a transformation that's coming to you from whatever grief situation you've been through thus far, of healing and restoration of any type of conditioning that you've been through, either through childhood, the way that you thought you had to act towards society, the way that you thought the world was, that is clearing, okay? With Pisces activated, Pisces also gives transformations and endings, just like the 8th house. This could be that there is something consolidated, a debt that is consolidated, and it feels like a divine act that happens because of that. It could be the opportunity to use a grant of some sort, or the government in some way to help you with finances. This can also be a situation of investments or long-term finances paying out. And it feels like the divine has your back in this situation. Your psychic and intuitive abilities are very heightened when the 8th house is activated. Because of this, it could interact with you gaining visions or having premonitions. Or it could come out as dreams that come to you. And therefore, that changes things for you. There's a transformation that could happen here. Death and rebirth is activated. And when death and rebirth is activated, it's activated with everyone when Pisces is activated, okay? So this could mean that there is a child being born, a soul coming in, being born. This could also be a death and rebirth that comes in. It could literally look like anything with your job, with your relationship, something that's transforming as a death and rebirth. And that could mean that there is a new beginning starting that feels like it's divinely guided, okay? That you are being pushed through from the universe to quantum leap to something. When the 8th house is activated, we're talking about Scorpio energy. And that's very intense. It's almost like you are rising up from the ashes, being that phoenix, and pushing forward with what comes along. Okay, so the 8th house is also other people's resources. And when I say other people's resources, it doesn't have to be financial. It can be anything that brings in some type of emotional security to you, because your Pisces house in astrology is the 12th. Okay. And that's where your emotions lie. Cancer is there. Cancer is emotions and home and family, your home life, your private life. Okay. And this is where you could be coming out of hermit mode, right? That you could be enjoying life more. There is a new you coming out of this new moon. I want to look at some of the planets that are aspecting this new moon. So first, I want to check out Neptune. And Neptune is in Aries in your 9th house. In the 9th house, it deals with that philosophy that you have, the bigger picture. It can be opportunities and blessings coming through. Okay. This could also be higher education, in-laws, grandchildren, grandparents here, media, publishing, legal cases, teachers, preachers, gurus, skills and learning abilities. We have religion and religious beliefs, and also belief systems. Okay. Long distance travel. With Neptune activated, Neptune can bring in that awakening to your purpose, that clarity, that inspired new beginning or inspired action coming through, that impulsive desire to take action when it's in Aries, right? Because Aries is ruled by Mars. Okay. So what this could look like is Neptune is guiding you with how to use or find shared resources. This could also be an opportunity that happens, that comes toward you. And it can come from anywhere, honestly. But it's dealing with situations of your love life, situations of having fun again, situations of your God-given talent, okay? Because Aries rules the 1st house, and that is where you are, okay? This is a belief system that could have clarity. Like I said earlier, that you can have some type of epiphany or awakening that happens in regards to the bigger picture, right? Or an opportunity. This could be a teacher, preacher, or guru that has an influence on that awakening. It could also be that you yourself are becoming a teacher, preacher, or guru, and you're using your spiritual gifts in some way, shape, or form. Because you remember that we also have Pisces activated in the 8th. And this is a new transformation of yourself that no one else has seen before. This could be on media. This could just be your God-given talent that is put out into the world. I do want to say, too, that Neptune, with its impulsive desire, this could mean that it is time for you to take a break, a spiritual sabbatical, if you would, in the 9th house. This could be that there is an opportunity that comes toward you to take a break or take a long distance vacation. It could be abroad. It doesn't have to be. It could also be that there is a party happening, because that 1st house is parties with Leo, okay? and that you're deciding on whether or not to attend. It really depends on the person, because there is a lot of transformation, endings, belief systems surrounding this party, so it really depends on whether or not you attend. But if you do attend, this could be where you find that inspired action, okay? Not necessarily just going, right? That inspired action to go, but you could find that inspired action taking place at the party from an in-law, a grandparent, it could be a grandchild, okay? This could also be your children or family, right? That is situated into this opportunity to take an inspired action, okay? Now, I do want to look at Uranus. Uranus is instant change. Instant change. It can be chaotic change, but in this case, it's sextiling the new moon, and it's in Taurus, right? And sextiling is two forces that are coming together, and it works out. So the 10th house being activated is concerning your legacy, your professional life and career, your reputation, those people that you hold on a pedestal and admire and admiration, okay? Mentors, father figures, authority figures is the 10th. Also, the role that you play in life, the title that you hold. This could also be your power, okay? With Taurus activated, we're talking about money. We're talking about homes, beauty, your face, anything that deals with your face. Could be your teeth, could be your eyes, could be your nose and ears, what have you. Your skin on your face. Taurus is also your self-worth and confidence and your value, okay? And with the 10th house activated with Uranus, there could be instant change to where you understand how you are valued, right? This could also be an instant change that comes through that changes your work facilitation, or during this new moon, there could be communication that comes to you in regards to your status, love life, status of being a grandparent, right? If you attend this party, it could be that during this party, someone tells you that they're pregnant, right? Or it could be that you're given an opportunity to work with family. That is a possibility. Or a connection with what family does for a living. And that could come out like a contract or something, okay? Because I'm looking at 10th house with Uranus. Uranus is the ruler over Aquarius, and that's in the 7th. And this is how you're relating to others. And power could be coming out of you. You could see the power that you hold during this time, relating to other people, whether that be your spouse, or whether that be your boyfriend, girlfriend, or your friendships, contracts, collaborations, associations, and agreements are here, and that's connected with that 10th house, okay? And this could be that you're getting a contract for work, or more clients for work. Clients is also the 7th, and therapy is the 7th house, okay? Open enemies are there too with the 7th. And when I say open enemies, these are not enemies that are hidden. These are enemies that are in front of you, and you see them, and you know, right? And so this could be a time to where you're seeing the love from an open enemy, or you are seeing your power toward that open enemy. There's an awakening that's happening with you of a liberation and freedom, because that is Uranus, of the 10th house. And it could be that you're being liberated from a terrible work situation, or you're being liberated from a terrible marriage, or some type of situation that deals with what you thought you wanted as a legacy, and now it's changing. Uranus can make you wake up one day and not give a you know what. So it can take those emotions away from you completely. So you're not emotionally attached to the situation. So just to let you know that during this time with Uranus activated, money could be coming to you. Lots of love. Gifts being activated. This could also be stability, right? Because stability is activated with Taurus. A home could be activated here, depending on the person, and maybe there's an inheritance behind it because we have that connection with the sextile to the 8th house. Shared resources. Finding shared resources, right? Finding the money, the government money. Finding some situation, maybe a grant, okay? That can all of a sudden come in. I want to look at Pluto in Aquarius, because we have, that Aquarius house is activated from Uranus. Maybe I shouldn't use black. Let me look at, so that you can actually see. We're going to use pink. Okay. So Pluto is activated in Aquarius during this time, and it will sextile that 9th house that has Saturn in it. Okay. This sextile is coming out in your favor as a transformation of work, your leadership, your confidence and self-worth. Remember, that's activated with Taurus. It's also activated with Saturn. Saturn, when it enters a house, it tries to show you that you hold authority there. And situations are at play to make you gain that authority, whether or not you want to or not. And in this case, it's in your 9th house. It's in your 9th house of your belief system. It's in your 9th house of opportunities coming to you that maybe you didn't even see were there. It's in your 9th house of gaining a higher education. 9th house is also Saturn coming in, telling you that you have the capability of being a teacher, preacher, or guru, or telling you that you have authority over your skills and learning abilities and you are capable, right? There could have been power plays thus far with relating to other people, because transformation, that Pluto is in the 7th. It could have been power plays with relating to other people. Your marriage could have had power struggles. Your relationships with your friends could have had power struggles. Your identity that was connected with the masses, because the masses is Aquarius. It could have felt like you had power struggles there. And during this time, with this sextile, whatever wasn't working is going to turn face and work. Okay, so whatever you start believing within your leadership or confidence, that's going to help you gain that opportunity. And you're going to see opportunities come out of nowhere. And that could be through the internet, because transformation is held in that 7th. It could be with contracts. It could be with your marriage. Okay, it could be with your friendships, that you have more friends that are, in the same belief system as you, whether that be religious, spirituality, doesn't matter. But it could be also a situation to where you find your soul tribe and relate to them. and show them your power. And therefore it's extended, and you get an upgrade within the community. You get an upgrade within showing face with the public, right? People are seeing you as a powerful person. This can happen also as Saturn is first entering this house, because you were humbled with Pisces in the 8th, okay? You were humbled with victimization and suffering with Pisces in that 8th house. There, you could have lost people. People could have died. People could have had problems with habits and self-sabotaging habits, such as drugs and alcohol. You could have had problems with taxes and the government, and it felt sad, or it felt like, you know, the world was on top of you. Saturn moving into Aries is giving you that opportunity to look back on yourself and see how far you have come and the strength that you have. And during this time, that could be shown. And you could be showing others, you know, what your story, what you've been through. There could be an indication here if you had written a journal to turn it into a book and publish it, right? There could be situations of Saturn showing the leadership that you actually have within your relationships and within your surrounding community. This could also look like your partner or your friend, someone that is connected to you on a one-on-one situation. So that could be a lover, that could be a friendship, on a one-on-one situation, that they are having something happen to them, that there is a transformation happening to them. A death and rebirth is Pluto. So there is a transformation that is happening to them that ricochets to you in that 9th house, okay, of your belief system changes in regards to that situation, or there's an opportunity coming to them, and they're the ones that are becoming, you know, say that you have kids together, and they're the ones that are getting the news of a grandchild or a grandparent situation. This could also be that they're the ones getting an upgrade within their work situation, and then it comes back to you. Everything is relating to you and your power and your belief system surrounding that relationship, okay? It's not separate. We connect to each other through our charts, and sometimes whenever you're a certain sign, you activate whatever is in the other person's chart. And I'll give you an example. So my husband is a Pisces moon. I am a Pisces sun. When we got together, his emotions with having to look at his emotions of victimization and suffering, because that's Pisces, right? And spirituality and healing. It was activated for him. For me, my sun, my essence, the sun is the ruler over Leo, so it activated my God-given talent, which is astrology, and that is Pisces, right? And it also activated tarot, right? So anyways, so you could look at their chart and how you activated each other, and that belief system could be changing because you're doing this, okay? Because you see the connections more clearly, because Pisces, that is conjunct Neptune, is showing you clarity in regards to the situation, in regards to how things are playing out. And this could be a time to where an opportunity for you to change a belief system that you had thus far. comes, because an awakening is happening with Pisces new moon. This could also be, depending on the person and depending on how your relationship has been thus far, that maybe there's communication in regards to a divorce, or maybe there's communication in regards to finding that other person. If you are dating someone during this time, this could be your soulmate, okay? Because with Pisces in the 8th house, giving that new beginning, and it's not a quick new beginning, it's mainly that, excuse me, my voice is back and forth. It's mainly that Uranus is that quick change. And that quick change could come from finding that soulmate and then getting married, right? That quick change could come from some type of money coming to you or being paid out. That quick change can also come from you seeing your value and your power. And therefore, everything changes. Everything of how you've been doing things thus far. If you are fed up, because sometimes when Aries is activated, it can give you that anger facilitation because it is ruled by Mars. And if you are fed up, this would be the time that things are changing. But it will, take time to change. It's not going to be, an overnight situation. It will take time to get there to where you want, to make sure that's what you want, okay? And I think that might be about it. Thank you for being here, Leo. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Virgo. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Virgo sun, moon, or rising. We're going to take a look at this Pisces new moon that's happening in the 7th. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so your 7th house is activated with marriage partners, one-on-one relationships, friendships. Could be boyfriend and girlfriend, alliances, commitments, agreements, calibrations, contracts, business associations, clients, therapists, and open enemies. With Pisces here, Pisces is giving you the opportunity to understand that the universe has your back in situations. Transformations and endings is activated here in the 7th. Also, awakenings, clarity of enlightenment is here. It's also a situation of the 7th house bringing in, with Pisces activated, it could be an alliance, commitment, or agreement that's happening with maybe a marriage. Maybe you're getting married. This is a new beginning here. This is a new beginning of maybe that boyfriend, girlfriend is transforming or awakening or gaining clarity, right? Or a spouse, it could be that they're awakening, right? Clients being activated, it could be transformation of clients. Maybe you work with the spiritual or work with some type of taboo, and this is where clients are gained. It could also bring in clients that you didn't necessarily knew were coming, because the universe is working in a way to reward you with having Saturn and Neptune here. And Saturn was work and affiliates of business and making you your own leader. And if this was the case, it was giving you the opportunity to show that leadership, show that authority. And this could be a time to where that authority is coming out, right? Because Saturn, it moved to Aries, and so did Neptune. And that is where you are confident and have leadership. And it could be shown during this new moon that you have that leadership. It could also be a situation where Pisces being activated with self-sabotaging tendencies with relationships, that there is an awakening or clarity of how you have been sabotaging relationships. It could be a love relationship, it could be a friendship, it could be a situation of business, okay? Because sometimes we do sabotage things within business. It could also be a situation of an awakening to where a friendship no longer serves you. Toxicity is Pisces. And whenever toxicity is activated, this is where you're clearing out the situation. And that could be either friendships or relationships that you have in your life, that it's time to let them go. Okay? This could also be a situation with finding out who really is an open enemy. And with Pisces activated in the 7th, it activates Neptune. And Neptune during this time will conjunct the new moon. So let's take a look at it. It is in Aries in the 8th house. Neptune is giving you clarity in regards to a transformation that is needed within your relationships or within your psyche, okay? An awakening that's happening within your psyche revolving around relationships. This could also be business associations that are coming to you. And it doesn't have to be your friends, it can be your partner's friends, right? That there's a business association with them that is coming through and helping you. A transformation, if you would. This could also be 8th house. I'm going to go over it so you understand. 8th house is crisis, is soulmates merging together. It can be divorces. It can be legal matters that you're going through. Other people's resources, debts, taxes, government, and grants. Healing of fears and phobias. This can be mortgages, loans, banking loans, deep bonding sex, intimacy. The hidden knowledge and taboo topics, inheritance, death and rebirth, investments, long-term finances, transformation in your psyche. With Neptune and Aries, we're talking about you awakening to your purpose, having clarity, inspired new beginnings that create that impulsive desire to take action, okay? Because Aries can work quickly and have impulsive desire to take action, right? And with this, it will conjunct the moon. And when something is conjunct each other, this is where the energies merge together, okay? And it might feel a little bit intense because the 8th house is activated. Okay, that those energies are merging together. This could look like inspired action that you want to take forth with a relationship, whether it is letting go of that relationship or upgrading the relationship. Because we have both. We have divorces and two soulmates coming together activated. Okay. This could also be a situation with shared resources, that there's clarity upon shared resources and therefore there's action taking place because of that. Awakening to shared resources, right? This could also be consolidation of debt that is happening. It could be coming from a partner and their finances or yours. It doesn't necessarily matter whenever you're in a marriage, but this could be clients and business associations that are attached to using grants, government, I'm trying to remember, hold on. Grants, government, or maybe their resources, right? This could also be loans and banking loans. Maybe your partner is having to get a loan, or maybe there is a consolidation of that loan that's happening. Investments and long-term finances could be paying out with Neptune activated, or showing you how to. This could also be that your partner figures out how to, okay, consolidate things and place them together. It's an inspired action that's happening. And it's also feeling like the divine has your back in a situation. So if you're going through a legal case, this could be a situation to where things are just falling into place as needed, okay? Because Neptune can bring that. Neptune can bring you that desire to follow your intuition. And when you follow your intuition, things fall into place, okay? Like I said, awakenings could be happening to your friends or to your partner. That's happening in my life right now. All of a sudden, I'm getting messages from Facebook Reels from my husband about angel numbers and quantum leaps and oh goodness, it is something. But it's just beautiful to me, right? Everything turns out into something beautiful when Pisces is involved, because we had so much faith when Saturn and Neptune was in our 7th of things will work out. Compassion, unconditional love is happening, right? Forgiveness was happening. And this could be a time where your psyche is awakening to that fact of all that you've been through and all the work that you've been through. It could also be rewarding you, because with Saturn and Neptune together, Neptune was in there for 14 years and Saturn was in there for 3, right? And because of all that work that you did in that 7th house, this is where your rewards are coming through. Because we have this new moon, it will sextile Uranus and Taurus in the 9th house. And Uranus sextiling, this is 2 energies, 2 forces that come together and it works out. So instant changes is Uranus. It's also changes to your belief system, because we're talking about the 9th house here. And also innovative ideas can come through Uranus being activated. Yes, it can create chaotic events with changes, but it's not a bad situation with a new beginning. This is more of the universe saying it's time to change, right? And remember to keep your faith. Remember that God, Source, Universe has your back in the situation. So one morning you could wake up and have a detachment from your emotions that are connected with relationships, or connected with a business association, or connected with some type of affiliation you have with another, maybe a friendship. And it's just, you know, you're completely changed in that belief system, whatever you believed about it, and things change from there. Or, I'm going to go over the 9th house so you know what it is. This is long distance travel. This is also other cultures, religious beliefs, belief systems, the bigger picture. This is considered the house of blessings and opportunities. In-laws, grandchildren, and grandparents are connected with the ninth. Higher education, college courses, media, publishing, and legal cases, okay, in that ninth house. And the ninth house connected with Taurus, we're talking about consumption of things with food or drink. This is also considered merchandise, things that you deem materialistic or value, right? This is gifts, love, money, all right, with Taurus activated, and homes activated here. So there's a few ways that this could work out with this new moon of change, instant change, that there's maybe an opportunity for a home that comes toward you, or there is opportunities for money that comes toward you. It may not come toward you. It could come from the other person, that one day you wake up and the other person, they have a contract or agreement in their inbox. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Or it could be that your lover is giving you money. Or it could be that there's a belief system revolving around love in general. And that could change whatever situation you're in. Friendships, love relationships. This could be an idea or belief system surrounding a business association, that whether or not you want it, because it could go either way with Pisces. It is transformation and endings, depending on what you want. That includes friendships, that includes your collaborations and contracts with another person. Those emotions that are attached with that could leave. This could be instant changes that happen in the tangible of material things coming to you, opportunities coming to you. And it could come from a teacher, preacher, or guru, or you being a teacher, preacher, or guru and gaining clients, right? This could also be a situation with Taurus activated, because Taurus is your self-worth, okay? And we're talking about how you're feeling toward those relationships. And like I said, it could go either way, that your self-worth and confidence is kicking in of how you are valued, mirrored from that relationship that you have. And that could be where you make that decision, okay? Because with this new moon, awakenings are happening, clarity is happening, inspired actions, inspiration is happening. And it could be happening from the other person, like I said, that they're the ones that are gaining opportunities of money, a home, or gifts, right? But it doesn't necessarily have to be them. It can be you that is gaining from them love, gifts, money, okay? I do want to look at Pluto. Pluto right now is in Aquarius. And Aquarius is activated. Uranus is the ruler over Aquarius, right? So as that change is happening, is activating Pluto of a rebirth, of a death and rebirth. And that's in your 6th house, of your lifestyle, of the way that you work, of your co-workers, your pets. This is also included with your health. And then you add Aquarius into that, of Aquarius is the masses, clubs, groups, affiliations that you have, community, This is also considered the internet and media, social media, right? This is goals that you have. And you maintain those goals within your lifestyle, right? Because you are the person, Virgo, Virgo rising, Virgo moon, that works on those goals on a daily basis. You know, not necessarily out in public, but this could be also a situation with Aquarius activated of how you're using media or how you're using social media or the internet within your lifestyle, okay? Your daily routines is activated in that 6th house. There's a transformation happening here of how you associate yourself with the public, of how you associate and lead yourself with the masses, okay? With this connection, it has a sextile with Saturn and Aries. Let me grab another pen. So there's a sextile. Remember, sextiles are two forces that come together and it works out. Okay? So we have the 6th and the 8th together. And this could mean that your lifestyle is changing because you're taking leadership on media or over social media. That you're becoming maybe an admin on a group, club, or affiliation over the internet, or a group, club, affiliation. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be on the internet. This could be a tangible one. This could be one that's in the physical. When it comes with the 8th house of shared resources and grants and government, things of that nature, this could mean that you're getting work on the internet through the government or through grants, using grants, finding grants, creating your own nonprofit, if you would, right? Because Pisces involved with that humility, and they also deal with the unloved, I guess you would say, charity work in prisons, hospitals, and spirituality, the mystical. So this could be a new beginning of your partner doing this, or you creating that business association. Work is involved here because Saturn is work, Saturn is authority, Saturn is leadership. Saturn in itself is creating that confidence that is needed within your psyche to do the things that are necessary to change your way of living, okay? And this could mean that you're taking leadership on finding a way to use shared resources within your lifestyle. And it could ricochet to that home, that money, right? So you're the one that's taking leadership on finding how to use the government for money, how to use grants for money, how to use the government for homes, how to use shared resources that are necessary for you to get the things that you need, right? Because opportunities come out of it. This could also be inheritance that is coming to you from a male figure. I say male because Saturn is, you know, male figure, and usually Aries is considered a male figure because it's the it's ruled over Mars rules over Aries, so that's activated with that male figure, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a male figure. It can be a person that is of admiration, because Saturn, it rules the 10th house in astrology, right? This can be a person of admiration that contacts you to show you how, or you're using a teacher, preacher, or guru to show you how to obtain, how to get, how to get shared resources, how to change your belief systems when it comes to money, how to change your belief systems when it comes to love, right? And you're taking authority on the situation with Saturn activated. Saturn can also, in Aries, be that you're working for, right? You're working for the government. You're working in the taboo as a person of leadership, with your identity. You are working with finances in some way, shape, or form. Like you could be a mortgage loan broker, something like that. Doesn't necessarily have to be just in that area. It could be just banking, a loan broker with banking, or it could be in banking, finances. It could be with trading, like a day trader, or trading Bitcoin, or it's all about shared resources. It's somebody else's money that you're working with, right? And this could be where you're transforming to that, or you're deciding to get an insurance, okay? Life insurance is a thing when it comes to the 8th house. Insurance in general is a thing when it comes to the 8th house. And then Aries being activated could be car insurance, auto insurance. This could also be individual insurance. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you. I'm trying to give you as many examples as I can, because this can play out in many ways. Inheritance is also activated, and that could come through from a literal Aries, or a person that is the one that wears the pants in the family. It doesn't have to be a male or female. It can be a person that wears the pants in the family, right? An inheritance could come out of that, and it changes your lifestyle, going back to that 6th house of your health being activated. Your health could be changing. You could have, I'm trying to remember what Saturn rules or Capricorn rules in the body. And this could be bones. This could be teeth. This could be the structure of the body is Capricorn, right? And there could be a transformation here of how you're structuring your body. This could be found over the internet, that you're using a gym membership, right? With your lifestyle, with health, or you're using an app that you have with health, and transformation is happening from that, and you're taking leadership back over your body, your self-image, your identity. Let's see. Is there anything else here I can tell you? Healing of fears and healing of phobias is activated, and this could be that you're learning how to do such things from a teacher, preacher, or guru, or over the internet, because that 6th house is the internet. And this could be a time to where you're taking authority back. And the result of that is, the result of that healing that could be happening can change your psyche. And it can be a transformative awakening that awakes you to your self-worth and confidence. And it ricochets back to the inspired action that you take. Like, it's all connected in a web. Does that make any sense? The way that you are in your sovereignty, when you understand your sovereignty, can help you through life as you're leading yourself. Aries is the way that you lead yourself throughout the world. And that will be transformed once that phobia or healing takes place. And it could be from any type of past conditioning that came from relationships that you had, or friendships that you had, business associations that you had. Because a lot of people that are Virgo rising, if they haven't awakened to the fact of dealing with business and associates with other people, working for other people, sometimes we awaken to the fact that we're just a number, and we play our lives out as just a number. And then we wake up one day and say, I don't want to be a number anymore. I want to have my own sovereignty. Right? Because we ourselves, we have that Gemini in the 10th house. We overthink and overanalyze. Gemini deals with that mindset. So if our mindset isn't good, nothing is good, right? Our power is diminished when it comes to 10th house entities, okay? Holding the power, everything just falls apart because our title and our status is there. And people are going to see this. But once that power is gained within your mindset, everything falls into place. So it really depends on what you want and how you want to live your life. But sometimes actions from other people can have a play on that. And this is the case here with this new moon in Pisces. Actions from a new beginning from your relationships could have a play on the decision that you're making on how you're living your lifestyle. Okay? And I think that might be about it, Virgo. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Hi, Libra. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Pisces new moon that's happening in your 6th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. All right, so the 6th house, it deals with your health, it deals with your daily routines, work, your co-workers, service to others, organizing, detail orientation, self-mastery. It can also include pets. With the 6th house activated with this new moon, there is a new beginning in regards to your purpose, okay? And I say that because the new moon will conjunct Neptune. And Neptune is in Aries. Aries is in that 7th house of business associations, your relationships. It is also associated with clients, therapy, friendships. It can be one-on-one relationships, boyfriend, girlfriend. The 7th house, relating to other people. There could be changes that happen within your partner's life, your friend's life, and it affects you on a daily level. This could play as an awakening of what you need to do on a daily basis, your daily routine, how you want to share that energy that you have with another. Okay? Now, Neptune had been in Pisces, and so had Saturn for a very long time. 14 years for Neptune, 3 years for Saturn. And this is one of the transits to where we will be rewarded with a new beginning and understanding that things are changing. Pisces in itself is transformation and endings. So there could be an old way of working, an old way of doing things on a daily basis. Your routines are going to change. They could become more spiritual. You could start meditating more often. You could also start doing the occult things such as astrology and tarot. You could be detoxing from those that you had been either interacting with or listening to, whatever you do in the mornings or whatever you do during the day. If you're involved with listening to podcasts or anyone that speaks about astrology or tarot, you could be detoxing some people out, that you're understanding that too much of a good thing can be toxic, right? It could also be a time to where your partner is doing these things, okay? Aries with Neptune can give impulsive drive. Aries is ruled by Mars, so drive is involved, ambition is involved, impulsive desire, acting upon something in a quick manner, right? And this could be that maybe the relationship could be going quicker than you thought, depending on, or you have a friend that was dating a guy for a month, and then all of a sudden you hear that she's engaged or he's engaged, right? And it could seem quick to you, okay? This could be clients coming out of the Aries house, showing you that you have the capability of creating a new lifestyle surrounding so many clients. A new service could be coming into your mind's eye, an idea of how to service others. It could be a divinely guided situation to where all of a sudden one day you wake up and you have an idea on how to get more clients, or it could feel like a blessing that more clients are coming to you, and therefore your daily routine is picking up, okay? You could actually be on the other end of being a little bit exhausted. Pisces can give you the dream effect mixed with Neptune, but during the exhaustion, you still have busyness happening within relating to other people. So if that's the case, I do advise you to take time out for yourself, to revitalize yourself before you interact with other people, because it can be that energetic currency that is trying to tell you, hey, I need a break, or this has been too much, right? It can be like that. I'm going through that, right? But it is a possibility, because Pisces is represented. People say that it includes toxic things, because habits and sabotaging habits is activated with Pisces. And if you had been going through those, this could be a time to where it's detox time. That, well, it could also include your partner, that your partner is the one that's going through a detox from, drugs and alcohol or whatever was interfering as a sabotaging habit. Okay, I want to look at another transit. We have Uranus in Taurus, in the 8th house, and Uranus will sextile this new moon. When you have two planets that sextile, yes, the sun and the moon is included as a planet in astrology, not necessarily astronomy, but in astrology, they include the sun and the moon as a planet. But sextiling is two energies coming together, or two forces, and it works out, okay? So Taurus being activated in the 8th house, we could be talking about money. Taurus is money, Taurus is homes, is Venusian things, making things beautiful, okay? This is also included with agriculture, farmland, farming pets. Okay, remember you had pets activated with this new beginning, and it could be a situation of you gaining pets that way. This could also be money coming to you by some type of shared resource or inheritance, or long-term investment paying out. 8th house, it is shared resources. It is also legal matters, crisis, divorces. It can be debts, taxes, government grants, death and rebirth, loans, banking loans, mortgage loans, transformation in your psyche. So this could be a time that with Taurus activated here, you're finding change of stability within finances in a way of getting it from other people, in a way of getting a grant, in a way of using the government. This could be a time to where you're getting a home, right? You could have been manifesting a home, and this could be where the divine is showing you that manifestations aren't just a wish, right? And it comes through. That could be coming by inheritance, or it could be coming by an approved mortgage loan. Okay. This can also be where you needed a loan, and it could be that you're getting approved for that loan. Now, the 8th house, it also deals with your psyche. Okay. And this could be a time that you're deciding on a daily basis to open your heart chakra to others, trying more, right? Trying more vulnerability to others, loving others unconditionally, having faith, with others. This could be a time to where you are learning more about the taboo topics, and you're starting to get involved with maybe crystals, maybe something Venusian, right? It could be, because Venus, it rules the senses, and we could be talking about maybe some type of what do you call those? Mercury is retrograde right now. I do apologize, but essential oils, that's what I was trying. Aromatherapies, the senses, maybe even those can have actually an impact on your psyche once you taste, smell, touch something, hold something. This could activate that Kundalini awakening, and therefore things change, right? Completely. Things can be healed during this time because Pisces is activated. Any type of past conditioning that you've been through in situations, or situations that felt like you were victimized or suffering, this can be a time to where your psyche can totally change in regards to that situation. Uranus, it wants to liberate you and free you from situations if it hasn't already. And those situations are included with Taurus, of maybe there's something that you're consuming that isn't good for you. Or maybe there's something in regards to your home that isn't necessarily good. Or it could be a love situation. It could be situations of even your actual clothing, right? Because Taurus can be merchandise, clothing, the things that you have in your home. This could be a time to where there's a detox of those things. And that opens up energy, which in turn brings in better flowing energy. You could be learning in the occult in regards to how to feng shui. You could be learning occult knowledge in regards to numerology that is attached to your home or aesthetic, right? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. If If you're part of the internet, if you do business on the internet, this could be a time that business is really good, that you figure out how to get shared resources, or it could be that your investments are paying out. Money could be coming to you from others, okay? And gifts. That is a possibility, because Taurus can also be the materialistic gifts, right? Beautiful gifts. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you. Now, Uranus can try to create that chaotic energy within your world to make changes as needed. Death and rebirth is here. And this could be a situation of maybe your pet gets pregnant, right? Or it could be a situation of you getting pregnant, right? That can happen. It can also make things leave from your life. And with 8th house activated and Taurus activated, it could be a love situation. So divorces are activated, or it can do the opposite of bringing in that love to show you your vulnerability. I remember whenever I had found my second husband, right? My first husband, things happened and it wasn't that great. And then I spent 8 years single. Okay. And then all of a sudden I met this guy, another dude, and we got together, and it changed my feelings. It changed everything. I was more vulnerable. I was crying. I was like, where is this coming from? I thought I was pregnant, right? I was like, okay, this must be a miracle baby. But no, it was my heart chakra. It was opening up to that relationship. And it was making room for that relationship. Does that make any sense? And that could be something that you're going through. Also, I want to look at Pluto. Pluto is obviously the ruler over Scorpio. But Pluto is activated during this new moon with Saturn. Pluto is in Aquarius. And Saturn is in Aries. Okay, back in that 7th. And this will be a transformation of relationship due to love coming in, maybe an app that you're associated with because Aquarius is activated, a death and rebirth of the 5th house. The 5th house is your love life, your children. Infidelity is also the 5th house, because you have to look at both the good and the bad of a house. So infidelity is activated. Hobbies, your God-given talent, friendships, celebrity, popularity, recognition, your pets, your dating life. I'm seeing if there's anything else. I think that might be about it. It's more of a fun house. You can get winnings of competition here. So if you played the lottery, or if you've been involved in some type of sweepstakes or some type of competition that includes you and your talents or something like that, you could be winning something during this time. Or your partner could, because the 7th house is activated. This could look like a co-worker relationship, because work is involved with Saturn. It could be a boss, okay? It could also look like you working with someone that you're married to, or a boyfriend and girlfriend situation, right? This could be with Saturn. It's trying to show you your leadership here, and this could be a time to where transformation happens of you going viral. Therefore, there is more clients. They're seeing your God-given talent. Okay. A rebirth is activated with Pluto. And like I said, children are activated. So this could be a situation of either you having a child or you gaining more friends because of a child situation, right? And they're seeing you as the boss. They're seeing you as the leader in that group, in that friendship group, okay? Groups are Aquarius, groups, clubs, and affiliations. Also, your dreams coming true and goals are Aquarius. Aquarius deals with the internet, okay? When it's mixed with Saturn, that means that you're the one in charge. You're the leader. This could also be that you're seeing your significant other being the leader in a group, club, or affiliation. This could be a situation to where your significant other or friend is joining the military. That could happen. Aries is the warrior. Aries is also action and can facilitate anger. Okay? So if you're going through situations of divorces or something had happened with your relationship with another, anger could be coming out of this. And what's happening is Pluto being activated is asking you to have more compassion and unconditional love, because things will work out as needed. There's a sextile here, okay? So two forces or two energies working together, and it works out in your favor, right? So if you're experiencing anger, just work on your psyche. Show yourself more self-love and confidence through that by taking time out and going with the flow. Pisces is going with the flow. Pisces is also that forgiveness, compassion, unconditional love. Okay. I think that might be about it, Libra. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Scorpio. Hope you're doing well today. We're going to look at this new moon in Pisces that's happening in your 5th house. This is for Scorpio sun, moon, or rising. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. The 5th house, it deals with celebrity, popularity, and recognition. It deals with parties. Your joy, hope, and optimism. Fun is the 5th house. Children is the 5th house. Also, your God-given talent is the 5th house, okay? It can be your dating life, your love life, your friendships. And with this new beginning, you're going to see the divine at work with your love life, with your friendships, with your children. This is a new beginning of you understanding how much you enjoy and love with compassion, with compassionate eyes, with forgiveness, with maybe even surrender. Could be a time to where you're surrendering to a situation of love, right? Parties are activated with the 5th house. This could be a situation of you having fun at a party, understanding situations with other people, maybe seeing things a little bit more clearly with others, getting ideas, and maybe even having motivation coming in to do something different with hobbies, to do something different with your God-given talent. It could be a time to where you're seeing your purpose, because we have Neptune conjunct this new moon. Neptune is in Aries. in that 6th house. In the 6th house, it deals with your lifestyle, daily routines, your health, your work. It also deals with pets, and so does the 5th. And you could be seeing that you're enjoying pets more, maybe even thinking about a business of sorts with using pets. That could be it. It could be also a situation with a new lifestyle or daily routine that comes across because of a relationship change. It could be that someone that you're connected with, their lifestyle is changing. Maybe there are sabotaging habits that are being detoxed out of the life of that person. And because of that, it ricochets back to you, right? It could also be a situation of you deciding to work with your God-given talent. That could look like anything. It could also be included with media. You could be going viral during this time. This could be a situation where a health situation that you've had is leaving your life. Some type of health situation dealing with Aries. Could be high blood pressure. Could be something that dealt with your head. Okay, if you were a person that was drinking or smoking, anything that was confusing you or kept you sad, this could be a time to where that changes, that you're understanding and seeing clearly and detoxing that out of your world. Neptune is giving you clarity on how to gain confidence in the area of your lifestyle, health, your work. It could be that service to others is also activated in the 6th house, and that there could be a detox of servicing others with your energy, and you're understanding that taking time out is a necessity, right? This could also be a situation of you including the divine work within your life. And that could look like spirituality. That could look like getting more in depth with spiritual things on a daily basis. Meditation, frequency work, using crystals, what have you, right? And this will help you gain back your power. This will also help you detox that negative energy that has been surrounding you thus far. Okay. I do want to look at Uranus. Uranus is in Taurus and will sextile this new moon. Sextile is two forces that come together and it works out in your favor. So we have Taurus, which is a Venusian sign, meaning that it's love and it's harmony and it's money. It can also be the senses, okay, taste, touch, smell, what you see, what you listen to, okay, the senses. And this could be a time where the 7th house being activated with that is included with changes of maybe, I'm trying to think of a way that this could come out. It could be that you're getting money from other people, a business association, clients, love, gifts of love. It could be that you're getting gifts of love, right? Or you're having a party at your home Taurus is homes. Taurus is also agriculture. Maybe your partner is doing something with pets, with agriculture, and creating a business. That could be it. Same with friendships. Friends could be giving you money during this time. This could be, like I said, more clients, but it would be considered using your God-given talent. That talent could be coming from Pisces, such as spirituality, esoteric knowledge, the occult. Okay? This could be a time to where your partner could be either proposing or your child's partner is proposing. Okay? There could be situations of you seeing that you're pregnant. This could be because Uranus, it wants to liberate you. It wants to change things. And it can take away those emotions that you've been feeling thus far in regards to your relationships. And it can either do one or two things. It can make you numb, or it can expand those emotions to make you move, right? So this could be a time to where you're deciding on taking action with an upgrade with your relationship or ending it. It really depends on the person. The same thing goes with friendships, okay? The same thing goes with clients in a business association. It really depends on whether or not you're getting what you're valued for, which is Taurus. How you are valued. This could also be a situation to where you're going viral, right? With the 5th house activated on media. And your partner could be seeing this, and they could be expressing themselves with more love to you, showing you that you're capable, right? Showing you value, like celebrating with you in regards to the situation, okay? Because Pisces is activated with this new beginning, and it feels like it's the divine guidance there. So if you hadn't been getting the love that you thought that you deserved in the relationship, this could be a time to where it's shown to you, okay? By them cooking for you, a date night, right? A friend could be doing this for you, you know, just enjoying you. So that changes your psyche. That changes the way you interact with your relationships when people are nicer than what you expected, right? And beautiful things come out of that, the 5th house being activated with this new beginning. It's like you're divinely protected, I guess. Not just from others, but from yourself, okay? And there's an awakening of how much you are loved, and enlightenment of that. Same thing goes with clients and business, okay? I do want to look at Pluto. Pluto will sextile Saturn. Pluto right now is in Aquarius, and it will sextile Saturn in Aries. Now, remember, sextile is two forces coming together and it works out, okay? And you have the 4th and the 6th house activated. The 4th house is homes and properties. It's your emotional body. It's also ancestral lineages that are deep within your DNA, okay? I would explain it like a Akashic record of your ancestral line, and maybe even I'm not really into curses, right? But you could call it an ancestral curse, okay? That there is a transformation coming to this area. A transformation of your living situation, maybe even moving to a new community, or the community that you want to be in, or some type of goal that is accomplished within a home setting or family setting. Death and rebirth is here, so there is death activated with how you were interacting socially, and there is a rebirth of finding your soul tribe that you feel emotionally sound with, okay? There is also, the same thing goes with maybe what you were doing on the internet, being associated with groups, clubs, and affiliations. That could be it, that you're changing those. This could be a transformation of you becoming a mother or mother figure, because mothers and mother figures are activated with the 4th house. I think I said that you could get a home or a property during this time, but I'm going to say it again just in case. I'm seeing if there's anything else here. When it's sextiling Aries, is trying to show you that there is a new beginning in regards to your work, the way you lead yourself during a day-to-day routine or day-to-day basis, because it's in the 6th house. Your lifestyle is activated with that 6th house, so there is a new lifestyle happening. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you. You could actually get information from groups, clubs, and affiliations on how to heal situations of maybe the past. This could be that therapy could be coming in, because I forgot to say that the 7th includes therapy, and it could be in regards to love and how you're valued. And it could be that you and a partner are going to therapy, and therefore that lifestyle is changing, right? There's more love, joy, hope, and optimism coming in. This could also be a situation of groups, clubs, and affiliations, because, you know, you're reaching out and you're making new friends, that your lifestyle changes upon that, and they see you as a leader, okay? They're taking the lead. Excuse me, you're taking the lead. I do apologize. It's Mercury retrograde. I'm trying. It could be that maybe you worked from home, okay? And there's a transformation of either you working from home or the other person working from home that you're connected to. I think that might be about it, Scorpio. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Sagittarius. This is for Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Pisces new moon that's happening in your 4th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. All right, so the 4th house being activated. 4th house is your home, your property, your emotional body. It can be ancestral lineage, okay? This could also be past situations that are being healed, because this is a new beginning of the divine stepping in, and transformation and endings is happening here. This could also be a situation to where you are getting more spiritual at home. becoming a person that is interested with esoteric and the occult within your home. Okay. A detox could be happening within family, right? That you are deciding to put boundaries up with family. Family is also the 4th house, and so is mothers, motherhood, mother figures. Okay. So Pisces deals with victimization, and it deals with suffering. It also deals with, like I said, transformation and endings. It can be the divine coming through and helping you get a home or property that you've been waiting on. Like I said, transformation and endings are activated. This could be a time to where you're becoming a mom, or something significant is happening within your mother's life, that they are going through a detox, or they are going through some type of transformation, spirituality, or within their faith. Family being activated, it could look like there could be a transformation of family if they had been in the prisons, hospitals, insane asylums. This could be them getting out of those places. This could be a transformation of them going in those places too. Okay? Because it is both transformation and endings. This could be a situation to where an awakening happens and you have detox that ancestral lineage that had been within your DNA, that you're awakening to certain patterns that may have been ailing you thus far. Your emotional body could have been connected to that, because emotional body is the 4th house. This could also be that you're implementing more water within your life, grounding yourself with water, maybe moving to a place where there is water, and that is helping you with boundaries or detoxification. I do want to look at Neptune. Neptune will conjunct the new moon of new beginnings. Neptune is giving you divine purpose. It's showing you that you have dreams that can actually come true. Okay. The 5th house, it deals with love, joy, hope, and optimism. It could be winnings of competition, parties, your God-given talent. This could also be a situation with pets, children, media, celebrity, popularity, and recognition status. Okay? The 5th house being activated with Neptune is indicating your purpose. And that also identifies you in the 1st house, right? Because it's Aries. Your identity is situated around this area of your life. And it could be that there is an identity change happening because of a pregnancy. It could be an identity change happening because of your children having children, right? You're becoming a grandparent. Or it could be that there is an identity change that you have been waiting on for a very long time. And that could be that you're receiving a home, or it could be a property of some type. It could also be an identity change of you being at home, right? That could be it. Your God-given talent being activated with Neptune is showing you how to use your talents in a divine manner with clarity. Ideas, inspiration coming to you to take action upon. And this could be inspiring action indicated with you want to work from home using your talents. Or this could be inspiration of you want to work with the occult from home. This could be that you want to be a person that is associated with the occult in other people's homes. Okay? And I'm going to explain. Some people, they have Reiki healing at their home. They provide services of clearing, home clearing, right? Like taking sage and going through the house and the closets and stuff, clearing, you know. They could also, you know, just have their type of business that deals with the occult at home. It really depends on, because media is activated too with the 5th house. You could be pulling tarot from home and putting it on media. Do you see the correlation here? So with this activation, it could also be that your home is decided upon what you do next. And that can mean that you're doing something within the 5th house, such as you and a lover, you upgrade, and therefore you're moving. Or you're using your God-given talents, and that's upgrading where you're living. Okay? This could also be a situation of transformation that happens with a love life. It could be a transformation that happens with a friendship. Okay? And therefore, that creates that ricochet to the 4th house of either your emotional body being healed and because you put up boundaries, or it could be that situation of that upgrade that I was telling you about, right? Of that relationship. It can go either way. Okay, so let's look at Uranus. Uranus is in Taurus. Uranus, it creates change. Sometimes it's chaotic and sometimes it's not. Okay, sometimes it's just instant changes that happen, right? And it can happen overnight. Situations of us being human, because we are finite, right? That things happen overnight. This could also be on an emotional standpoint of your emotions detaching or changing overnight in regards to what you want to do with your life. All right? And you feel divinely guided. There's some type of inspiring action that comes out of this because of that Neptune that was activated in Aries. Now, sextile is two energies that come together and they work out. So this is a good situation either way around. When it's in Taurus, we're talking about money, love, relationships, harmony, your senses, what you consume, right? We're also talking about material things that you value and how you are valued. So Uranus is in that 6th house. The 6th house is your lifestyle, your daily routine and work. It's also your co-workers. Okay, your service to others is here. And there could be money coming in for work, for servicing others, the way that you're servicing others. There could be changes that happens of how you service other people, whether that is energetically or physically. Okay, there could also be situations of a lifestyle change that happens because there is a property that's being gained, a home being gained, right? This could mean also that there could be gifts coming to you or money coming to you in some way, shape, or form. Doesn't necessarily have to be from the work that you're doing or the service that you're giving, but it changes your lifestyle, okay? It changes what you're doing, or it changes your health situation. Health being activated and Taurus being activated is consumption of, right? And you could be changing the way you're consuming things, such as you're drinking more water because the new moon is in Pisces, right? Or you're eating things that are not as bad for you, because Pisces can be that self-sabotaging and toxic. And it could have been that you were eating things at home that weren't good for you, right? And therefore you're detoxing that out of your world, and a health situation could be changing. This could be with pets, that you're gaining a property for a farm, or for maybe just a home situation. Doesn't necessarily have to be agriculture, right? It could be home situation. It could be that there is a business associated with that property, right, that you've been wanting. And this is where that instant change is happening. Either you're taking divine action to get there, or it's handed to you. Okay, it really depends on the aspects to other planets that you have in your natal. Okay. All right, so I want to look at Scorpio. Not Scorpio, I meant Pluto. It is Mercury retrograde right now. I'm trying, you know. Okay, so Pluto is in Aquarius. Let me get another pen. Pluto is in Aquarius. Aquarius is groups, clubs, and affiliations. It's also your hopes, dreams, and wishes and goals. Aquarius is detachment. And it can also be media, the internet, okay? Older siblings and socializing in a huge way. This would be more than 3 people, right? An actual event. So there could be communication coming to you that is transformative. All right, third house is communication. It is communication to yourself and communication from other people. It is also your mindset. It can be vehicles. It can be tools. It can be things that you use with your hands or use of your hands. Okay. This could also be small education, licenses, certificates, visas, and permits that transform a situation. This could also be, and I say transform because Pluto is activated, okay? This could also be ideas, documents that come in, moving or movement, media, writing, skills, and learning abilities. Now, there are people activated here. You have aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. And those people could have some type of impact on the transformation. They could contact you over media, through a group, club, or affiliation. They could have some type of association with that goal. Okay. Pluto being activated here is bringing in that transformation and rebirth of a situation. And it is sextiling Saturn. And Saturn is in Aries, right? In that 5th house. And Saturn sextiling, again, 2 energies coming together and it works out, right? So Saturn being in Aries is giving you the structure, the strategy, is showing you leadership in that 5th house of how to do the things that are necessary within that 5th house to get to the ultimate goal, right? And this could be the ultimate goal is to enjoy life and enjoy yourself and have work that you actually enjoy. Being a leader in regards to a love situation, okay? Saturn could come in and show you that you have and are taking leadership with your action, with love, with your happiness, okay? And that could be transformed from, maybe you're listening to a podcast, or maybe you are getting ideas off the internet, or those aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, siblings. They have some type of impact or influence on you, on what to do next, on how to take leadership within the 5th house, right? Inspiring action is coming out with Neptune already there, and Saturn is grounding it, of your dreams are actually coming to reality. So this could be a time to where some type of miracle happens that you didn't expect. And it could be an idea. It could be communication that comes in out of the blue that indicates that you have a home, or it resolves that toxicity within your emotional body. Or it could be concerning your mother and their transformation that they're having. Or it could be concerning you of being a mom, right? 4th house having the new moon in it, of the new beginning. This is you taking leadership over your happiness, okay? And it could be that mindset facilitated with this, that you're taking leadership over that mindset. It could be that changes that are being communicated to you, because Uranus, it rules Aquarius, and the changes of lifestyle could be happening and communicated to you. It could be that you're getting more business. It could be that if you applied for a work situation, that they're replying back to you, and it's one that you were hoping for, right? This is a beautiful situation, by the way. And I think that might be about it. Sagittarius, thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi Capricorn, I hope you're doing well today. This is for Capricorn Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this new moon in Pisces that's happening in your 3rd house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. The 3rd house is the environment you grew up in, your local environment. It can be communication, your mindset, education, such as certificates of sorts for small education, or permits, licenses, visas, any type of document, idea. Also, this is moving or movement, media and writing, skills and learning abilities. There are people in this house, such as aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, or neighbors, okay, and siblings. And this can be communication, new communication for a beginning that's starting of an awakening for those people, such as maybe, you know, family gossip happens, especially in the 3rd house, because 3rd house is ran by Gemini in astrology, so gossip is a thing, but it can be an awakening of communication from those people, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, or siblings. This can also be a new beginning of a transformation or ending of dealing with communication with those people, or this can be a new beginning of you receiving a vehicle or a tool right? Because tools are also the third house. The third house is junk drawer of the zodiac, of the houses, honestly. It can be tools, anything that you use with your hands, phones, gadgets, anything that is considered a tool, such as laptops, phones, right? Anything that's used for communication is here. So there is a new beginning or transformation happening with those things. You could be getting a new phone or a new vehicle for using it as a tool, or any type of company vehicle. This could also be a new way of learning something. Skills and learning abilities are here, and it could be an awakening of learning something new. It could be about those people, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, or siblings, or it could just be a skill that's coming through that you're learning how to do. When it comes to Pisces, it's dealing with spirituality, it's dealing with the mystical. Tarot, astrology is associated with this. It's also a way of having faith and compassion, surrendering to situations, letting go and going with faith, right? It is mediumship, past lives, karma, healing and restoration of past conditioning that you've been through with those people that I mentioned, or just past conditions in general that, negativity, it runs through everybody. Nobody is perfect. We're all human, right? And this could be a time to where you are keeping yourself aware of your mindset and telling your brain how to think rather than just going along with the thoughts that are given to you. Okay. This could also be an awakening of what to do next in regards to some type of work facilitation, business, learning situation. This could be also a new beginning in regards to you getting that license, certificate, or visa, or how to transform that, or something in regards to an idea that would transform a situation if you had it. Does that make any sense? This could also be because Pisces can also be toxicity. Like I said, the negative thoughts, but it can be toxic people that are surrounding you with communication of toxicity, and you're putting up boundaries. Doesn't necessarily have to be those people I spoke about. This is within your local environment. This is within your neighborhood, okay? The way that you are communicating to other people in regards to where your surroundings is. Toxicity is being demolished, I guess you would say, with your boundaries, putting up boundaries. Okay, so because it's a lot of things, and there's so many definitions that could come out of the third house, but usually astrologers, they just stick with communication back and forth, whether that is from you or from others, or something coming through, such as a text message or Facebook message. It doesn't matter. Any type of communication that could be coming through that can give you a new beginning. So let's look at other transits that are happening, because we have the new moon that will sextile Neptune. And Neptune is in Aries. Okay. Now Neptune is the ruler over Pisces in modern astrology. And Neptune conjunct this new moon is giving you an awakening to a purpose. And this purpose lies in that fourth house. The fourth house being homes and properties. Fourth house is also family, nurturing mothers, motherhood, mother figures, security, how to gain security, whatever makes you feel secure. And that could be anything. That could be homes, that could be money, that could be love. It could be having your family around you or having food, right? The past is in the 4th house, and the 4th house with Neptune could give you clarity upon past situations. And honestly, with Aries activated, this can start out as anger. Okay, so please be aware, because Aries is ruled by Mars in astrology. It gives you that drive. It gives you that ambitious action. It gives you also an intense way of speaking to other people, and it could be coming across as anger. Okay. With the 4th house also, it is a sense of belonging, your emotional body and your foundation, building something, your foundation, okay? And this could be how to, with that new moon communicating to you with ideas, how to build a foundation upon the purpose that you're wanting. And it's going to give you a sense of motivation and also an impulsive desire to act upon situations. Okay, so be aware of that. It could be about your home. It could be about getting a home or a property. It could be about working at a property. Also, it could be communication that just comes through in regards to those things that is unexpected, because this is where miracles lie with Neptune. Neptune has a way of dreams bigger than life happening. And with this new beginning, it's almost like the universe is gifting you something because of Neptune being in Pisces and Saturn being in Pisces before. And so this turns to be some type of miraculous thing that happens to you that changes the way that you're living in your local environment, such as you may move, right? There could be movement or moving that happens. There could also be a situation to where clarity comes through in regards to your emotional body connected to that mindset, that psychological mindset, right, that was dealing with negativity and anger. There could be an awakening of those things, Neptune providing you the clarity. Maybe you have had anger thus far and you're awakening to the fact that it could be emotionally imbalanced, and that could deal with a lot of things. I am not a medical astrologer and I'm not a physician, but it could deal with hormonal things because motherhood, mother figures, divine feminine being activated with Pisces. It could be a hormonal thing, okay? This could also look like a situation with Neptune being with Aries upon you get an awareness that you're pregnant, or you get some type of communication that comes from a mother that initiates or influences you with a purpose, right? I'm seeing if there's anything else. Ancestral patterns are activated with the 4th house, and you could realize your ancestral patterns happening. This could be what's driving you to heal those things, or this just could be an awakening of those things happening, and you see the pattern, therefore you act upon to change it. Okay, now I do want to look at Uranus. Uranus is in the 5th house in Taurus, and it will be at 28 degrees in 15 minutes, which is pretty much, closer to the anaretic degree of 29 degrees, and is prepping you for change. And this is a sextile that it's making to this new moon. Sextiles are two forces that come together and they work out. Okay, so this is in your favor This is in your favor of the 5th house, that this transformation is providing you with change of your love life, your friendships, the way that you're having fun, enjoying life. This could also be the awakening that's happening of this is a reason why you're deciding to make changes, okay? And that could be Taurus themed, of consumption of or food, or this could be changes with homes, because Taurus is homes, an indication of how you're loved, okay? Loving others and how you give and receive love is also an awareness that is propped up with the 3rd house of the mindset of psychological love, right? Loving unconditionally, loving compassionately, loving when, you know, there's no one else around to love, right? Loving others in a way of just enjoying their company rather than you being the one that is noticed. Does that make any sense? Because Taurus is a lot of things, but they are people that love to give a type of nurturing to others because they're Venusian. And the same thing goes with Libra. They want you to feel good. They want you to be happy. And in this case, you're getting that awareness of either a lover doing that to you, a friend doing that to you, or this is you being aware of how to make others happy. This could also be a situation to where Taurus being money. That money is activated. It's being communicated to you. There's lots of communication coming in. And there's this ambitious situation happening with your home space, getting a new home, maybe even talking about a new property with a lover. Maybe you guys are figuring out how to live together, or you're making a more committed relationship with that person, okay? I'm going to continue the 5th house so you know what it is. It is love. It is hobbies. It is friendship, your God-given talent, celebrity, popularity, and recognition status. Media is here. Dating is here. Creativity. This is also children. Children are here. This could mean that there is communication in regards to a child having a baby or you having a baby. Uranus can liberate and free you from situations that are happening. And if you're in one of those situations where you're dating someone and you really don't want to hurt them by breaking up, situations can just come out of that dating thing of they decide to tell you it's over. Ending and transformation communication is activated in the 3rd house of Pisces. So it can be an end of that, or this could be a new beginning of you figuring out how to use the media, right? Because media is Uranus. It can be internet situations with Uranus. And this could be how to use the media to gain money or to gain love. This can also be how to use the media to heal. Okay, that mindset. This could be also communication in regards to if you're working in agriculture or anything that deals with farming or agricultural animals or pets in general is activated with the 5th, but agriculture is activated with Taurus. So this could mean that you're getting communication on that. Good communication comes to you out of the blue. This could be communication in regards to using your God-given talent for money, whatever hobbies that you have. I'm seeing if there's anything else here. If I were you, I would play the lottery, you know, but that's to each is their own. Because Uranus can bring in shocking change that happens. And communication activated, I mean, you know, but miracles are at play. I'm going to move on to Pluto sextile Capricorn. Pluto right now is in that second house, and Taurus rules the second house in astrology. And it will sextile Saturn. I think I said Capricorn earlier. I'm sorry. It will sextile Saturn in Aries. And Pluto in Aquarius, it can bring transformation, death, and rebirth in regards to your self-worth and confidence. Also, anything that you're consuming, because the second house is consumption of food. Anything that deals with your face, that can be teeth, that can be your eyes, that can be your ears, what have you. Anything that deals with your face. Also, in all the senses is Taurus, the second house. The second house is material things that you value, the value that you bring into the world. It can also be, like I said, money, stability, spending money, okay? And this is included with clubs, groups, and affiliations. This is included with socializing in a huge way. This can also be hopes, dreams, wishes, rewards, and gains that have this transformative energy. They could be coming true. Goals are activated there. Maybe a new goal on how to make money, or something that is ambitious. So Pluto being transformation, sextiling Saturn in Aries in the fourth house, right? Sextile again is two forces that are coming together and they work out. Saturn, it deals with work. It deals with leadership, taking leadership. Confidence is Saturn. Saturn is building blocks. It's strategy. It's Capricorn. It's the ruler over Capricorn in astrology. Okay, so you're working with your own planet that is ruled. Okay, so fourth house being activated by Saturn is giving you an opportunity to build a firm foundation. It's also giving you the opportunity maybe to build with family or build a family, taking leadership over your family. This could be father energy is Saturn mixed with maternal energy, which is the fourth house. So parenting can happen here. Being parents of some type or grandparents, it doesn't matter. This can also be a situation with work that you're getting communication about working from home, or you're getting that communication that's activated with this new moon in regards to how to work from home, or this could be some type of transformation of your confidence of being at home working. Okay, that's the thing. Some people have been, scared to work from home, considering, maybe they didn't feel like they could be motivated, or maybe they felt like, they lose themselves at home. And this could be the change that happens. There's the confidence, self-worth, and confidence change that is happening with Pluto. that you're getting associated with other people that may be doing the same thing or asking you to work at their home. Okay? This could also be that communication that comes in that's talking about, maybe I'm trying to think of, maybe you had plans in regards to where you wanted to live, okay? And there's a change that is happening because of that Uranus, that maybe you had maybe 3 places picked out, and, you know, 2 of them, they're okay, but that one you have been waiting on. But it could have been under contract, or you seen it was under contract, or it could have been, you know, off market for a little while. Well, then Uranus is acting out and making these changes, and all of a sudden it's back online, or you're getting communication about it being available for you in some way, shape, or form. And it's considering your money and also what you love, included with homes, properties, family. This is also a foundation, your security. So this could be communication in regards to money coming through that you have been waiting on, being associated with clubs, groups, or affiliations. Maybe there is some type of idea on how to obtain more money from those clubs, groups, or affiliations, right? But however this plays out, with Saturn having that stability and you taking leadership with the building blocks of a strategy, your emotional body is going to be better. Your foundation that you're trying to build can all of a sudden have a drive, okay, to build that foundation, whatever it may be, right? Because we do have those goals associated with that foundation. This could also be Saturn showing you that you are the leader in your family, okay? Or showing you that you actually did what you were supposed to do. Maybe there was questions in regards to, am I in the right place at this age? Because you're looking and comparing everyone else. There's a mirror happening with Pisces activated, of communication to yourself, of comparison to other people. And this could be especially in the 3rd house. That happens a lot in the 3rd house. And there's a reason for it, Capricorn, and it's to make you build in a logical, practical way, rather than, you know, just taking a risk here and there, okay? There's a reason for mirrors being in that 3rd of your mindset and communication. People tend to tell you what you've been thinking, or they tend to mirror back to you your energy. And that's because divinity, it rules Pisces, and it can be God trying to show you, hey, you need to fix that, you need to heal that, that has to have boundaries, okay? And this could be a time to where your emotional body is understanding this, that you have to take the lead in regards to your emotional body, or it can, you know, it can get out of whack, right? Okay, so this could also be 4th house with Saturn, of taking leadership over a property or home. And that could be with a literal Aries. It could be communication from a literal Aries. It can be astrology playing out that way. But it can also be that you're working from home, like I said, or you're working harder to get that property situation taken care of, or that home situation taken care of, okay? And there's an idea in the background behind this, because there's transformations that are happening because you're associating yourself differently when it comes to finances and when it comes to how you're leading yourself within the world. Working from home is placed in your chart, okay? Regardless, whether you work somewhere else or whatever, I don't care. But Aries, it rules the first house. And that is your identity, the way that other people see you and your physical body, okay? So you are a person that either works out at home, or you are a person that is consistently in movement at their home, consistently trying to keep their home together, okay? And that can be on a psychological standpoint. Or this could be that stability is coming out of this, of taking care of that consistent trying to work on the home, right? I'm trying to see if there's anything else. This could be a time to where you're figuring out that you actually did it right when it came to parenting, okay? There's an awareness here of you understanding that the capabilities that are consisted with your God-given talent, consisted with parenting, okay? And then mirrors happening with aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and siblings, that you're understanding that you did something right because your kid is not the way that theirs are, you know? And that could be the awakening that is happening here. And because of that, blessings are coming to you. I know, right? Because of this awareness that is happening, blessings could be coming to you of maybe this could come out on a psychological standpoint where you hold your head higher whenever you're around others. Or this could be, and maybe you didn't before. Maybe there was some insecurities there. And now you're understanding that you did it right. Okay? Oh, and this could also be, you know, that other people have that influence in regards to that train of thinking of you doing it right, rather than those aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, or neighbors. This could come out at a party. This could come out at one of the clubs, groups, affiliations, or communities that you're a part of, right? That you're actually understanding, you know, that you actually did some things right, you know. And that gives everyone confidence, and then because of that, it ricochets back to other things happening, such as a better family life, a better nurturing of self, a better emotional body that you have. Maybe because of that, it gives you confidence in other areas, such as you taking the lead in regards to a property or home situation. Okay. Now, I think that might be about it, Capricorn. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Aquarius. This is for Aquarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this new moon in Pisces happening in your second house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. The second house, it deals with your money, your values, the way that you value things, the material things that you value, your self-worth and confidence, sensual things, your income, spending is here. In Pisces, we're talking about maybe some transformation that could be happening here. Now, it can be good, it can be bad, but there is a behind the scenes miraculous thing that is happening for you as a new beginning. This is boundaries being put up, maybe in regards to what you're consuming, okay, because food is the second house. It could be boundaries that are being put up in regards to how you're spending money, so a budget could be happening. This could also be a situation of a transformation of spending, something that has to happen to transform something or to end something, okay? This could be an ending of spending money in a certain way. This could be an end of maybe an income stream that was coming through. But it could turn out to be like one door closes and then another one obviously opens quicker than you thought, because miracles are coming out of this new moon. Unexpected miracles, okay? This could be on a psychological level of your self-worth and confidence being healed. Okay, and it could have something to do with money, that maybe you're getting a raise, an upgrade in work, and that is pushing you to a better way of looking at things at work. This could also be an awakening that's happening, of you being aware of your self-worth and confidence. This could be in regards to maybe sabotaging habits that you have, okay, of an awakening of sabotaging habits that you may have not have been aware before, of spending money in a certain way, eating something. It could be that maybe your self-worth and confidence comes out of resting. Maybe there needs to be time for you to take out from the world to rest a little bit longer than normal during this new moon, so that you can come back reassured and, fresh. You could also find out something in regards to money, and this is your individual income. But I'm going to move on so you can tell where I'm getting this from. We have the new moon conjunct Neptune, and Neptune is the ruler over Pisces in modern astrology. And Neptune is in Aries in the third house. And the third house, it deals with communication. So what could happen here is that you get communication in regards to something hidden that deals with your money. Okay, that could be happening. Like it could be a scam, or it could be a subscription of something. It could be anything. Third house being activated is ruled by Gemini, and Gemini likes to create drama, and it also brings in anything that deals with communication from others, communication to yourself, your mindset, ideas, documents come in, right? So this could look like a bank statement coming to you that you're realizing something needs to change. This could also be a situation of clarity coming out of communication, and it could be from a literal Aries, right? That there's something that an Aries is telling you, or it could be anyone, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings is activated with the third. And they could be telling you something in regards to how to make more money, or how to gain self-worth and confidence. If you have been involved with drugs or alcohol consumption, or some type of drugs, includes not just illegal drugs, it includes prescriptive drugs, any type of drug, okay? And it could be communication in regards to maybe a side effect that you didn't notice until now. This could also be a situation where it could be communication to those people. It doesn't necessarily have to be from those people. It could be to those people from you, that you're communicating to them in regards to, you know, a situation in regards to money, a situation in regards to maybe a loss of something, grief, right? This could act out as a situation to where those people become therapeutic to you, I guess you would say, on an emotional standpoint, right? Because we have Taurus activated with Uranus. Uranus is going to sextile this new moon. And this new moon is going to talk to Uranus in regards to that new beginning of things are changing here in the 4th house. That's your emotional body, right? And what could be happening here is an awareness or clarity in regards to that emotional body. What brings in harmony, what, like I said earlier about transformation of consumption of something, this could be a literal Taurus that's activated here, of homes and properties being activated with that literal Taurus, that there's communication back and forth of, you know, maybe they're deciding to sell or move. Okay, because we still have that 3rd house activated with Neptune. Neptune, if you haven't watched that video upon Neptune being in Aries for you, I do recommend that you do that. But I'm going to give you a little example of Neptune being in Aries. It can give you impulsive desire, and it's in a communicative house for you. So there's motivation that's beginning. There is this clarity that could be happening from others, or documents or ideas that come through. There could be moving that happens because it's the 3rd house, on an awareness of that you need to move, right? And it could result in maybe because of a mom. 4th house is mothers. 4th house is mother figures, motherhood. It's also parents, the one that was the nurturing parent, okay? This could also be 4th house being homes and properties, that there is some type of clarity upon maybe hidden fees that was associated with properties. This could also be clarity upon getting a property, because instant changes and liberation and freedom comes out of Uranus dealing in that 4th house. And things are happening and they're working out sextile, right? Of you understanding and awakening to a clarity of your money that's being spent on that home. Money that is associated with a mother. This could be maybe what they're consuming, okay? Some type of drug that they're taking. It might not be good for them or something like that, because there is a transformation and ending happening with consumption, and it's associated with the 4th, which could be your mother. It could be motherhood, mother figures. This could also be an association with your emotional body, okay? And your emotional body can, this could look like hormones. This could look like something that you're taking that doesn't make you feel right in an emotional stance, because the 4th house is always ruled by the moon, okay? Because it's Cancer in astrology. So this could mean that those emotions that have been happening, you're understanding why. And 2nd house is telling you it's consumption of a self-sabotage, or a drug or alcohol situation, or something that deals with your emotional body situation, okay? There could be instances with Uranus involved here in that fourth house of instant changes to where one day you wake up and you don't care anymore, right? And that's in regards to making money, okay? Or in regards to a self-worth confidence situation. And that could involve with relationships, because Taurus is Venusian. It could be relationships with family. It could be relationships with lovers. It doesn't matter, because Taurus is love. It could be also that you don't care about money anymore. Maybe you were materialistic and that's leaving you during this time because of this new moon being activated. It could mean that I'm looking to see if they're, give me one second. I'm looking to see of the transformation. The transformation is happening within your identity. And it is associated with the third house. Okay, so we have Pluto in Aquarius that will sextile Saturn, okay? And this could be a transformation with work. This could be a transformation of a father figure, okay? This could be a transformation of your leadership with yourself, okay? This is changing your identity and how you associate yourself with other people. This includes groups, clubs, and affiliations. This includes big, huge events that are happening. This also includes your community, all right? This could mean that you're taking leadership in regards to some type of God-given talent. I'm looking at Gemini, because third house is ruled by Gemini. This is you taking the lead in regards to something that you love to do, a hobby that you may have put away. This could be speaking. This could be on media. This could be an identity change that happens because of media, okay? Or because of communication that you're receiving. And that communication could either be a parent, I say parents because we have fourth house activated with nurturing parent, and we also have Saturn parent. This would be the person that wears the pants in the family, okay, Saturn. And there could be changes that are happening here that results in a new identity for you. And then you're associating yourself with different clubs, groups, communities, maybe even throwing an event of some sort that's more than 3 people. And that event can look like anything, right? It could be first house is your self-image, your physical body, your identity, and the way that other people see you. It is your physical appearance. So this could look like an identity change because of being associated with media, working from home, okay? Give me one second. Working with media, working with third house affiliations, such as being a teacher or working at a school, gaining a license of some type, a certificate, such as maybe a permit, maybe a visa, maybe a certificate for work. Saturn is work. Saturn is also activated as taking leadership with some type of communication. And I'm trying to explain this to where you get it. Okay, so a new beginning happening with money, a new beginning happening with your self-worth and confidence. You taking leadership over the way you're speaking, either to yourself or to other people. And this could mean that you're changing the way that you're talking to a child, that you're talking to a lover. This could be change of communication that comes from them that changes your identity, such as them having a child, right? Or someone is having a child, okay? This could be communication in regards to having a party. There's some type of party happening, or there's some type of event that is happening, and it's more than 3 people. And you're associating yourself in that, but there is a new thing happening with either you're receiving the money, okay, or you're receiving more confidence. And there's a transformation or ending that's happening with how you're reacting with others, okay? Because you're taking the lead. Aries being in that 3rd house activated with Saturn, you're taking the lead of it. And I think that might be about it. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Your God-given talent being activated. Maybe somebody needs you, right? Maybe somebody wants your help with something. And this is like a new way or awareness of you making more money, okay? Because the 5th house is your God-given talent, and then Gemini being communication coming to you from groups, clubs, and affiliations, because we have this sextile, right? And I think that might be about it, Aquarius. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi Pisces, I hope you're doing well today. This is for Pisces, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this new moon that's happening in your 1st house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. So the 1st house, it deals with your image, your looks, your physical body, your identity, the way that other people see you, your physical appearance, the way you lead yourself out into the world. With Pisces activated here with this new beginning, there is a transformation of how you are going to act toward others, okay? People are going to see you differently. People will see a new you, I guess you would say. You could actually change your aesthetic or get a haircut of some sort. It's a new beginning, right? Starting new. Now, new moons is new beginnings, but in this case, there could be an ending of the old way of you being. It could be in regards to toxicity or negativity. You changing the way that you lead yourself with negativity or toxicity. One of the things that I do is if I start thinking negative, I just tell myself, I'm so sorry that happened to you, right? I just keep doing it. I know I'm a Virgo rising. I'm a Pisces sun and a Virgo rising. So yeah, I just had my birthday on Sunday, but I tell myself, you know, I'm so sorry that happened to you. Maybe you're doing that to yourself, but there is a new awakening that's happening with how you lead yourself throughout the world. It is a new awareness, I guess you would say, of your physical body and your identity. This could be, you know, the way that you look, the way that other people see you. You could be getting clarity in regards to how they see you, okay? I do want to look at transits that are happening for you, such as this new moon. It will conjunct Neptune, and Neptune is the ruler of Pisces in astrology, in modern astrology. So we're going to look at that. It's in Aries right now. And it will conjunct this new moon. It will give you some type of an awakening to purpose or clarity upon second house affiliations, which would be how to make money, what you value, okay? Things of maybe aesthetic, right? Because Taurus, it rules the senses. So it's, you know, your face, anything that deals with your face, and also whatever deals with food, okay? And food being activated with Aries, it could be, it gives you an awareness of spicy things, right? Oh goodness. And maybe there's a cut off there that you stop eating something that maybe you had been doing thus far, and people seeing you that way, that they love this kind of candy or they love this whatever, and it could be an ending of that. Boundaries are being put up. Your self-worth and confidence is activated in the second house, and it being activated with Aries, it could lead to you having some type of awareness of your confidence and your self-worth, of who is worthy of your energy, or some type of awakening of maybe boundaries need to be put up in regards to, you know, certain people. Second house is also sensual things, you know, things of luxury and material things that you value. This is also spending, okay? So this could be that you're spending more money in regards to yourself these days. This could also be an awareness of maybe you don't necessarily do that for yourself. And this could be the change that is coming in, that's happening. This could also, with Neptune being activated, be that impulsive desire for material things. So keep that in mind during this new moon. Also, it can inspire new beginnings, right? With Neptune activated, of a new identity of how you make money, how you spend money, and your self-worth and confidence. And it changes you, okay? So let's look at more of the transits of how it's changing. So changes come with Uranus, and Uranus is in Taurus, and it's third house affiliated in our chart, okay? And third house is communication. It is communication. It is your mindset. It is ideas and documents that could come in, maybe certificates or licenses, permits, visas, okay? These are the changes that could be coming, right? Uranus is changes. It liberates and frees you from situations. It can also change that mindset in an instant. It could be one day you just wake up and you're better. Okay, something has healed and there's a change that is happening. Uranus is sextiling this new moon. And a sextile is two energies that are coming together, and it works out, okay, in your favor. So this could be that there's communication in regards to a transformation or ending that deals with your identity, that maybe feels like it was divinely guided or it happened the way it should have. You know what I mean? So that could lead to that new beginning of your identity. This could be changes with Taurus affiliations, such as agriculture, farm, money. Taurus affiliations, it deals with food, it deals with material things, love. Also, I'm trying to think of anything else. Taurus. Homes. Moving is the third house. So this could mean that there is a move that's happening. This could also be communication in regards to money coming in, right? that's associated with your identity, depending on what you do and what you've been into, Pisces. I don't know, right? That there could be communication of money coming to you. There could also be documents coming to you in regards to home situations, communication in regards to documents that could be dealing with money, that could be dealing with your bank account, your individual bank account. It could be documents that are coming in from aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings. Could look like a birthday card, right? And it has money. Okay. But no, really. So that is a new beginning in regards to maybe you didn't realize that they loved you so much or they thought about you. This is all about you, the individual second house, right? Individual money. These could be ideas in regards to how to make money. It could be over the media, could be communication, could be public speaking. Someone's asking you to speak publicly for them, sponsorship of some sort, right? This could also be shocking changes that happen that you didn't see coming. And that could look like anything. It could deal with aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors and siblings. It could also be communication in regards to a loss, okay? Because loss and grief is Pisces and it changes your identity. I am putting that out there. Pisces is activated with everyone, so don't freak out, okay? But we do have another transit that is happening, such as a transformation with Pluto. Transformation in Aquarius with Pluto in the 12th. Pluto is death and rebirth, and it's in the 12th house of loss, grief, mediumship, spirituality, healing and restoration of past conditioning, prisons, hospitals. There is a letting go and going with faith here, endings and transformation, psychic and intuitive abilities. The spiritual is here, right? This could be something hidden that you find out that gives an awareness, transformation, right? With Aquarius activated, Aquarius brings in groups, clubs, and affiliations. It brings in hopes, dreams, wishes, rewards. Also, it deals with older siblings. It deals with socializing in a big way, more than 3 people. Okay, and technology. Pluto in Aquarius is going to sextile Saturn and Aries. All right, and that's the money part. Money, self-worth, and confidence. With Saturn is trying to show you to take leadership over the money, self-confidence, spending, your income. This is transformation that could be coming to you from those clubs, groups, and affiliations. Okay, because you have to remember 12th house is ruled by Pisces, which is your first. All of this is dealing with an identity that you're holding with groups, clubs, and affiliations. Like I said, this could be that you're deciding to change banks, okay? Or you're getting communication from a bank. Or this is some type of transformation of groups, clubs, affiliations. Pluto had been playing in the background of changing everyone with who they are connected with, how they socialize, the community that they're in. And for you, it deals with the spiritual. It deals with those that are connected with the spiritual. It deals with those that are a part of the occult or a part of, a faith-based tribe. This could also be affiliated with people that are Piscean, such as just a Pisces, literal, or this could be dealing with those that are in prison and hospitals, dealing with or helping others on a higher octave with, like, say that you start a nonprofit or that you're affiliated over the internet with associations of people that seem to be unloved, okay? Or you're with groups that are volunteering in some way, shape, or form. And this could be where you're starting to make money or give money. Spending is also in the second, okay? You're seeing the value in investing in other people that are associated with the unloved or the spiritual. This could also be you on an individual level making money with the spiritual, okay? Or the occult, or doing mediums, or tarot, or astrology. It's all the occult, right? Using your psychic abilities. This could mean that you are deciding to be a nurse or a doctor of some sort, a healer of some sort. You could be working as a correction officer in a prison or jail, or with them in some way, shape, or form, right? Being dispatched or something, who knows? And remember, prisons and hospitals are associated with that. Saturn is work, okay? And also, Saturn is taking the leadership of your self-confidence. And this could come out of you healing something that deals with the community, that deals with who you're associated with. It could be a healing getaway that you're deciding to do, such as Pluto being associated with the 9th house, which is Scorpio, that you're deciding to take a long distance travel, to take a sabbatical of some sort, to heal, to be able to take back your power, to be able to take back your leadership. And that's how you're spending the money, right? This could also be teacher, preacher, or guru that has an influence on changing the way that you're making money, that you're manifesting, how you're manifesting, okay? Also, you could be actually seeing this because there is an awakening of you, first house, right? You could actually be seeing the whole situation transform in front of your eyes. Or this could be you being that teacher, preacher, or guru, okay? Having that transformation, right? This is also, 9th house is grandchildren, grandparents, and in-laws, okay? And there could be a change that happens in regards to grandparents, grandchildren, and in-laws. And it's affiliated with socializing with them. That starts the transformation with your money, okay? Or with your self-confidence. This could be that you're healing that association that you have with them, okay? This could be a transformation of a grandchild coming through. And it seems like a miracle, honestly. During this new moon in Pisces, it's going to look like something miraculous happening, okay? This could be also building up a strategy to make money. And I say that because Saturn is the strategist. Saturn is building blocks of structure. And this could be that you're building up, making money, that there is communication happening in regards to maybe work happening. And this is you building that, having some type of bigger picture awakening, if you would. Okay. Ninth house is long distance travel. It can be the bigger picture. It can be exploration of beliefs, right? Whether that's religious or spiritual. And this could be transformation of, that belief in regards to spirituality or religion that happens. And it involves your self-worth and your identity. Therefore, your identity is changing. And keep in mind, Pisces, you may be a person that believes in astrology, believes in crystal work and healing yourself on a conscious level and opening up to, higher ways of thinking consciously. But you have to realize there are other Pisces out there, sun, moon, or rising, that haven't. And they could be going through the same thing. And you being associated with them could be the transformation that happens. Does that make any sense? Because there is a different way that people are looking at you. There is also a change of identity that is possibly happening to you. And this could look like anything, honestly. It's a new beginning of you being seen differently. And they could be seeing you for what you've been through, how you healed, how happy you are, how awake you are. Who knows, right? Let's hope so. Anyways, so ninth house is also media. It can be publishing, okay? And this could be the transformation of you making money because of a published book, or that people are seeing you as a publisher or an author, right? Or an editor, because we still had that third house activated, okay, of how to make money. Changes that are coming in, right? This is also, I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you with the ninth house before I move on to, this is also, I'm going to just go into it, opportunities and blessings that are coming to you. That is a transformation of either who you're affiliated with on a social level, okay? Or how you are in your community, whether that looks like online community, groups, clubs, and affiliations that you have, or, the physical community, okay? Something's coming that is initiating this change of opportunity that's happening. And it could be revolving around love. Okay, and I say that because 8th house is activated with Libra. Libra is either divorce or two soulmates merging together. And there could be things happening within your relationship that ends up changing your identity. Okay. This could also be that all of this communication that's happening is associated with something that's happening in your partner's life. Because 8th house, yes, it's divorce, and yes, it is two soulmates merging together. It's also inheritance and shared resources. It is mortgages, banking loans, any type of loans, shared resources, okay? It is death and rebirth, right? It is long-term finances and investments, grants, government and taxes, debts, right? All of this associated with transformation of opportunity. And you have transformation in the 12th. You have transformation happening in your first house of identity. And it all could deal with your partner. Your partner could initiate the change that's happening. This could also be a situation with changes, like I just said, within money that's coming to you legally. Ninth house can be legal. It can be legal cases. It can be things of legality. And eighth house could be like some type of shared resource that's coming to you, or inheritance, or some type of legality that deals with investments or something. And that could be coming in to change that identity. An ending of the old year, bringing in the new year. It could be dealing with shared resources of other people, and that doesn't necessarily have to be money. It can be just resources in general that you're capable of using to make money. Does that make any sense? I'm seeing if there's anything else. Eighth house is a Scorpio house in astrology. I don't think I said that earlier, and that's how I affiliated it with the ninth, because your ninth house is ruled by Scorpio. And so this is just another look into the hourglass of how things could play out with that transformation. Okay. Taboo topics, hidden knowledge, esoteric knowledge activated with the eighth house. It could be that your partner is awakening, or you are starting to see your partner in different eyes, and they're seeing you with different eyes. Okay. Because transformation of your psyche is activated. The way that you think about relationships could be changing. The way that you thought about shared resources, loans, grants, government, taxes, all of that, it could be changing, right? I'm seeing if there's anything else. I think that might be about it. Yeah, I'm going to stop there. Thank you, Pisces, for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe. I'll see you next time.